directly down to aircraft and directly down to ground with laser communication. So that's the transport layer. It ties everything together. Now, where did the data come from that get on the transport layer? Well, let's go to the bottom right-hand corner, that green ball there. That is our tracking layer. Tracking is missile tracking. So this is the ability to detect and track and calculate a fire control or a missile defense solution from infrared cameras. We detect them, we send those data directly to the transport layer where they are fused with other sensing layers and then sent down directly to an interceptor. Now, if we move around the corner up in the top right, that's what we call our custody layer. Think about that as target custody or ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. We're not actually building out any of these satellites. We're working with commercial companies as well as other partners within the DoD to be able to take data from their constellations that they're already building out and get them directly onto our transport layer. So, for example, we can have a commercial electro-optical imagery company send data directly to our transport layer where it could be fused with other companies or DoD assets and then used for a firing solution and then sent down directly to the warfighter in theater. That's what we want to enable and do all of that in space. The top left ball, that is our PNT solution. We are not actually building out additional satellites to get a position and navigation and time signal, but all of our transport satellites are able to calculate their own position, navigation, and time signal based on the fact that they're in this mesh network. And then we can embed that signal into those communication data links. And so you can use that as an alternative way to get position and time in the event that GPS is unavailable. And then the bottom left, that circle represents the magic that makes all this happen. So on board all of our transport layer satellites, we have a battle management command and control processor. Those processors are all linked up in this mesh network, so they act as a federated battle space cloud or space battle cloud, if you will. And all of the processing to do the fusion, the network management, and the constellation management will run on that space battle cloud, and that will be used to move the data around this network autonomously without ever needing to go to the ground. That's the end goal. So this is the big picture end goal of what we want our architecture, which we call the Proliferated Warfighter Space Architecture, the PWSA. This is what we want it to look like. Now, what we're doing differently, we're doing things differently in two ways in the Department of Defense. The first way is we're doing it through proliferation. So when we were first established in 2019, the idea of doing these missions with hundreds and hundreds of small satellites in low Earth orbit was kind of unheard of. It was always done with very large, exquisite targets in higher orbits. And we've turned that on its head and we said, no, we're going to break those larger satellites up into hundreds of smaller ones. And nowadays, that seems obvious. Everyone's going to proliferated LEO. Let me tell you, in 2019, it was not so obvious. The second thing we're doing differently is we are not building out this entire architecture in one go and saying, these are the requirements and we're going to build this out. Give us 15 years and we'll give you this capability. What we're doing is we're saying we're going to incrementally advance towards those end capabilities that I showed on the previous slide by building out this architecture in spirals. We call those spirals tranches, and we're going to deliver an actual capability that you can use that gets you closer and closer to that end goal every 2 years. So that spiral development approach is very profound within the Department of Defense, and that's something that we're pushing forward. So proliferation and spiral development are the two pillars that we're using to do this disruption within the DoD. So if you go to the next slide, this talks about how those tranches come together and the timing of that architecture. Every 2 years, by hook or by crook, we are going to deliver new capabilities to the warfighter. So you'll see in 2022, we launched our Warfighter Immersion Tranche. It actually went up in 2023. We're pretty close to the end of 2022 is when we started launching those satellites. Those are satellites that aren't enough to actually affect a fight, but enough to be able to provide capabilities during testing and exercises so that we can get the warfighter immersed, or that's why we call it the Warfighter Immersion Tranche, so that they can prepare by developing their techniques and procedures for Tranche 1, which will start to launch at the end of this year. And Tranche 1 is our initial warfighting capability. That's going to be about 160 satellites up there providing those communication networks and those missile warning, missile tracking capabilities directly to our warfighter in an operational scenario. Tranche 2, 2 years later in 2026, we'll just continue to build on that, continue to push towards those two capabilities. Tranche 3, We haven't really just defined what that looks like yet. That's the beauty of this spiral approach, is that we can shift very quickly on what is based on what the technologies are available at the time and what the threats are at the time. So we'll actually decide on what Tranche 3 looks like later this calendar year, and then we'll begin to launch that in 2028. And then that will just continue every 2 years. Next slide talks a little bit more about what this actually looks like over time. So if you look at the top, those are the actual satellite launches per tranche when we kick off the program, and then the triangles are when we launch. Blue is transport or communication, and green is our tracking, our missile warning, missile tracking infrared satellites. But what's important is at the bottom, that is the cumulative buildup of the number of satellites on orbit in transport and tracking. And you'll notice that they kind of oscillate out towards the end. And that's purposefully done. So the satellites have a 5-year lifetime. We will bring the satellites, decommission them, and deorbit them at the end of their 5-year lifetime. We do that on purpose to force in this idea that we have tech refresh and we continually innovate and update the capabilities. Transport oscillates around 400 satellites, and the quick rule of thumb math on 400 satellites, at our orbit, at about 1,000 kilometers, it takes 40 satellites, roughly, to get a single satellite overhead at any given time. You want, for any given mission, you want 2 satellites overhead at any given time. We want to perform we want to perform 5 different transport missions, communication missions. So you take that 5 times the 80 to have 2 satellites overhead at any given time, and that's where you oscillate around that 400 satellite number. Tracking is the same. It takes about 80 satellites to make sure that you have 2 satellites overhead at any given time. You want to add in some resilience factor in there, and that's why we oscillate around 100 satellites. So that's the numbers. Now, if we wanted to add a different, an additional communication capability, then transport would increase and go up another 80 satellites. And that's the rule of thumb, and that's why you see that oscillation and how we build up over time. Now, you have to start somewhere. So we start with Tranche 0. So if we go ahead and go to the next chart, talk about what Tranche 0 is. Tranche 0 is 27 total satellites that are on orbit. There were actually 28 built. We left 1 on the ground as a software test bed to enable us to be able to do debugging and quick updates. We have 19 of the transport satellites that are on orbit, 6 of which are capable of Link 16. And the rest are part of this mesh network with the optical comm links between them and the KA down to the ground. And then we have 8 of the tracking satellites that are all on orbit now. And those are demonstrating the missile warning, missile tracking capabilities. This was all done. These are now all on orbit, and they're all providing the capabilities during the exercises we mentioned. And to show proof of that, next chart. We actually did have three separate launches to get all 27 satellites on orbit. We originally planned to do it on 2, but then we actually teamed with the Missile Defense Agency so that we could work more closely with them on the tracking for that 3rd launch. So we launched with the Missile Defense Agency's HBTSS satellites Valentine's Day of this year to be able to get our last tracking satellites on orbit. So they're co-orbital with the Missile Defense Agency's HBTSS satellites. So the first ones went up in April of last year. They were actually on the pad ready to go at the end of March. And then it got delayed for various reasons. So it went up on April 2nd. Essentially, the same thing happened on launch 2. It was ready to go at the end of August. The real reason that those 2 launches were delayed is because it's a little known fact that the launch team likes to play games with me. And so they like to get me to go out to Vandenberg and wait around for the launch and delay it just until I have to come back to Washington, D.C., and then go ahead and launch so I can watch it on YouTube and they get to watch it in real life. But I outsmarted them on Valentine's Day because that was at the Cape, and I think that they actually, truth be told, they felt bad about playing a trick on me on Valentine's Day. So they actually launched on the original launch path. So on the original launch date. So I was actually able to see that one live. So we have all 27 satellites up, and they're providing the capabilities to the exercises. Next slide talks about what's next. So Tranche 1, as I mentioned, will be about 160 satellites. 126 of those satellites will have the Link 16 capability with 4 optical crosslinks to be able to form that mesh network. And then we have 28 satellites that are performing the missile warning, missile tracking capability. And then we have an additional 4 satellites to be able to perform missile defense capability. So the difference between missile warning, missile tracking, and missile defense, think about it this way. Missile warning, that was what we used in the 80s and 90s, essentially for mutually assured destruction, where you could say, you know, the adversary launched a satellite and it's based on a ballistic path. We can predict that it's coming towards us, and we can now launch and have deterrence that way for mutually assured destruction. Well, that doesn't really work anymore because the missiles launch and they maneuver after launch. So just because you saw a launch, you can't really predict where that missile is going to end, where it's going to land. So we have to do tracking. Tracking gives you the ability to watch the missile during its flight as it maneuvers and predict exactly where it's going to land. Not enough to actually shoot it down, but enough to where you can essentially tell someone downrange to duck and cover, or you can tell them to activate their own theater air defense systems to be able to use radar to then get a final lock on that missile and be able to take it out in its terminal phase. Missile defense is the next generation up, and that is you can track it with such high a quality that you could actually send those fire control data directly to an interceptor and be able to intercept that missile based on that track quality. So we're going to fly the 28 satellites to do the tracking mission, 4 to do the missile defense mission, which is built off of what MDA did on their HBTSS demonstrations. As we move forward, we'll continue to proliferate the tracking and move more and more into that missile defense realm, so we'll be able to do the missile tracking and missile defense mission globally. We also have 12 demonstration satellites that are flying around the same time, and those are going to do what we call our tactical satellite communication mission that goes down via UHF and S-band to certain radios that different users are using. We have our ground sites. We have 2 ground sites, one at Grand Forks Air Force Base and one at Redstone Arsenal in Huntsville, Alabama. And those are where we're going to do all of the network and satellite operations for this entire constellation. And you'll see the performers that are building up these satellites. We have a broad performer base, and that's one of the pillars of SDA is to continue to keep a healthy market going forward, to continue to have competition, and to continue to make sure that we have standards to enable everyone to feel comfortable building and communicating and plugging in with other vendor solutions. So that brings us to the next slide, Tranche 2. Tranche 2, again, just builds off on what Tranche 1 did, except now with even more satellites. So now we have 3 variants of our transport. Alpha is 100 satellites doing the Link 16. Beta has basically it has 72 satellites that are doing UHF and S-band, and then it has 18 satellites that are just doing S-band to do that tactical SATCOM mission. Then we have Gamma, which is providing a special classified mission for communication. And then we have 48 tracking satellites with an additional 6 of the missile defense satellites. So you can see we're continuing to build that off. And you can see the performers. We brought on new performers in Tranche 2 that were not performers on either Tranche 0 or Tranche 1. So Rocket Lab and Sierra Space are new providers on Tranche 2 that were not on any of the other prior tranches. Let's go ahead and go to the next chart. So to date, what have we demonstrated? What capabilities? So prior to the launch of Tranche 0, we actually had a few experimental demonstrations, and we did a lot of communication with industry. And so if you look over to the left, the first thing we did was we said, okay, look, if we're going to put up a proliferated transport layer, we have to make sure that all the satellites can talk to one another, regardless of who builds them. So we published an optical communication standard so that people would know that if you met this ICD, this interface control document, you met this waveform, you could talk to one another and make sure that we were all able to communicate, right? No one wants to be the only kid on a block with a walkie-talkie. You have to have other walkie-talkies you can talk to, and they have to work. And that's one of the things that give a shout out to AFRL and Julie Smith down there in Albuquerque. She helped us work this a lot from the beginning. She's been a great partner, AFRL, in helping us come up with these OCT, optical comm terminal standards. And so that we published that, and then we actually flew a couple demonstration satellites. One pair of our demonstration satellites demonstrated that we could do this space-to-space optical communication using that standard. And then another set of experiments demonstrated that we could actually fuse data on board to demonstrate that you can do part of that battle management, command and control messaging and mission. Now, once you get the satellites to talk to one another, you have to tell them how they can actually share data across the network. So we had to publish a networking standard that's called Nebula, which, I kid you not, the Navy helped us come up with this. Networking established beyond the upper limits of the atmosphere. I kid you not, that's an acronym they came up with. And that essentially says once you can actually communicate, that's how you pass the data and move it around. Then we launched our satellites. We launched 27 of our Tranche 0 satellites, of which we've had tremendous success. So we just demonstrated recently that we were able to detect and track missiles in flight using our tracking satellite constellation. And we, starting last November, up until now, we're continuing to demonstrate that we can do Link 16 from space. So that's a big deal. A lot of people were not sure that that could be done until we actually demonstrated it. So we were able to demonstrate that you can take an existing line of sight network that was designed and originally instantiated back in the 80s, and you can move that technology directly to orbit with no modifications to those radios. And so we turned a line of sight network into a beyond line of sight network. That's a really big deal for the Department of Defense. We have also demonstrated with Tranche 0 that we were able to do the space-to-space optical communication. The next steps are to demonstrate that we can do the space-to-air optical communication, which we're planning to do later this year. All right, next slide. How does our business model work, and how do we want to make sure that we're tied in with commercial space? So it's no secret that the Space Force, which Space Development Agency is part of the Space Force, is a big proponent of using commercial space for different types of capabilities. Now, there's a couple ways you can use commercial space. The first one, the one that we're mostly capitalizing on, is piggybacking off of the technological investments that have been done for the commercial space industry. So that means that we want to buy satellites, primarily the satellite buses and optical comm terminals that have been developed for commercial space, and essentially just buy carbon copies of them off the line to get the affordability where we need it to be for this proliferation. That's our primary way that we use this commercial space model. The second way is, if you think about back to that custody aspect, where we want to pull commercial data directly onto our transport layer, that's where we actually want to take commercially owned, commercially operated satellites and use those data as a service to get on our transport layer. So we're doing this, and the way we're enabling it is through this spiral development. We want to make sure that we have open competition, every tranche for every capability layer. We have interoperability in our optical comm terminals and our networking standards. We actually have test beds built up at the Naval Research Laboratory, and we're starting to build another one up at AFRL down in Albuquerque. And so that we can actually demonstrate, vendors can bring their hardware to those labs, demonstrate that they're interoperable with the government gold standard, and also demonstrate that they're interoperable with other vendors before giving the blessing that, okay, you can now go and produce hundreds of these satellites, and we can launch them and have confidence that they'll be able to talk to one another. So that's the key thing, because the goal is to make sure that we keep that affordability in the realm of this proliferated constellation. So is this working? So if we look at the next slide, talk about that a little bit. So this is the market that exists right now for our optical comm terminal providers that are on contract through various primes providing optical comm terminals. So you see there's a healthy, robust market out there on the optical comm side. There's a healthy, robust market on a lot of the larger satellite components as well. So we do believe it's working. We do believe the market is growing. There are a few areas that the market is still pretty small as far as the number of competitors in that market, and that's one of the areas that are growth areas that we view that as a blue ocean for competition. Encryption. HAPI-based encryption, so high assurity internet protocol encryption, is one of the areas that there's not a lot of vendors. A lot of those battle management command and control processors, that's another area that we feel is a growth area for industry. Any of those big enablers, those are things that we need to get the size, weight, and power and cost down. We need to be able to have a healthy industrial base that can produce them at scale affordably. So if we go to the next slide and kind of talk about my philosophy of how these markets work. So I view our tranches and the pricing of these tranches or the cost to the government as the cell phone model. So cell phones essentially have a set price, right? There's two. You have the mid range and you have the high range, but roughly $500 or $1,000 depending on what cell phone you want, and that price has stayed fairly flat over a decade or more. Now, obviously, the technology has increased dramatically. So a $1,000 cell phone now buys you a lot more capability than a $1,000 cell phone did 10 years ago. And that's the SDA model. So our price to win, our target market price for our transport satellites is around $14-15 million per satellite. The tracking satellites are around $44 million a satellite. We try to make our requirements that what we're willing to buy commensurate with those price points that we think industry can hit, and then we adjust our requirements based on the maturity of technology. It's a different model. The DoD typically likes to see you buy something, and then as you continue to buy it, the price continues to go down. Our model is we want to keep the price to the government the same, and we want to increase the capabilities. So is it working? So you'll see some data points here on transport. These are the Link 16 satellites. So on Tranche 0, the average price per satellite was $15 million for those satellites. For Tranche 1, it came in $14 million, so it went down a little bit. But the capabilities between Tranche 1 and Tranche 0 went up dramatically. So we have 4 optical comm links on each satellite on Tranche 1, where we only had 2 on Tranche 0. And we also have a wider footprint on Link 16. So the capabilities went up, even though the price stayed flat, essentially, maybe went down a little bit. On Tranche 2, again, the price essentially stayed flat, maybe went down a little bit, but now we started to add in more capabilities and drive that up. So we think the model is working, and if we looked at the data for tracking, it would be similar. So that's the model that we're pushing going forward. So we want to go to the next slide. This is all part of my boss. I have 2 bosses, actually. And for acquisition, that's the Secretary for Space Acquisition, and that is Secretary Calvelli, Frank Calvelli. And he has come up with this formula on how you can actually do success in space acquisition. And we're following it very closely. It's tailored around the SDA model. Build smaller systems. Check. Using existing technology. We have to do that because we're going to field these satellites 30 months order to orbit. Those are the timeframes we're looking at. So we have to use technology that's mature. We're buying these on fixed price contracts. So industry has to be willing to go with something that they know they can build because they're the ones that are taking the risk. So check. The contract scope, 2 to 3 years from start to launch. That's our goal. 30 months order to orbit on all of our contracts using these fixed price contracts. And that's how we get the capabilities to our troops faster. So that's the formula we're following, and that's how it's working. Now, how can you team with us? Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. Just to make sure everyone's aware of all of our solicitations and future plans. So currently we have 2 solicitations open. One is for our applications that would run on that BMC processor in space. And so that one's open, and that one will stay open for a year. So the initial response date is coming up here in June, but then that will stay open for rolling submissions for a year. And then the next one we have is what we call our STEC BAA. It's essentially an open BAA for anyone that has ideas that can push the curves down in some of our technology risk areas. And we actually have technology roadmaps on our website, sda.mil, www.sda.mil, that you can go to, and you can see these are the areas where we feel that we want industry to invest and develop technology on a given time frame. So technology that we think we should have available by Tranche 4, Tranche 5, et cetera. And we have a BAA that's open where we can actually help fund some of those activities. Now, what's coming up shortly, we have a HALO submission for that will go out this week. The idea on that is we have those demonstration and experiment satellites. I mentioned that we have 12 in Tranche 1 that we're flying the UHF S-band tactical SATCOM on. In Tranche 2, we're going to fly another dozen up to 20 satellites to fly a whole bunch of different missions. And the way we're going to do this is we're going to have an IDIQ contract out there that we call HALO for satellite vendors to bid, get in that pool of vendors so that when we come out with a task order for a very specific mission, a very specific experimental demo, we'll go to that pool and we'll use them to provide that capability for doing demonstrations. So I'll be honest, the bar is going to be pretty low for entry into that initial pool. So as that solicitation comes out this week, look at that and use that to say whether or not you want to be involved in that pool to be able to respond to those future task orders. Now, part of those experiments and demos that we're doing outside of HALO is a whole advanced fire control mission area. And we already have awarded Foo Fighter, which are 8 satellites that are going to be able to provide some of the capabilities for advanced fire control. Now we need the ground infrastructure for that advanced fire control mission, starting with Foo Fighter, and then the mission integrator as part of that as well. So the advanced fire control ground infrastructure piece, the hardware piece, that's anticipated here coming up in a couple weeks. We actually put out a synopsis last week that described that. And then the mission integrator will come out this summer for that. And then the Tranche 3 solicitations, both for transport and tracking, will all be in 2025. That's when we'll look for hundreds of more satellites for our transport missions and our tracking missions. That'll come out in 2025. With that, just to kind of rehash on the next slide, everything we're up to, we are disrupting the way the Department of Defense does space acquisition based on those 2 pillars, proliferation and spiral development. I think everyone's bought into proliferation now. There's still a lot of people within the Department of Defense that are waiting to see how the spiral development works, but so far it seems to be working very well. We're moving very quickly to deliver these capabilities, and the way it works is by creating this healthy marketplace. We have to make sure that we have an industrial base that can actually produce and provide these capabilities, because that's what we're banking on. So I need you guys to be successful to help us be successful. And the way we're doing that is by making sure that we put out these standards that everyone can adhere to, so everyone feels confident that if they invest, they could win a portion of this market, and there will be no vendor lock where people will have a key IP that shuts out other vendors. So that's the SDA model. That's what we've been up to, and that's what we're working. And please open it up to any questions.
We have a question online from Trevor Hinn. Derek, your Herculean work at SDA is mind-blowingly awesome.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
So we have a question online from Trevor Hinn. Derek, your Herculean work at SDA is mind-blowingly awesome. Thank you. Is SDA considering sustained access to space as a critical component to PWSA? In other words, if both satellites on orbit and launch sites are rendered mission incapable by any means, is SDA considering options to rapidly regain access to space and restore mission capable satellites to orbit?
So we're working with other colleagues across the Space Force that are focused more on the rapid launch and the ability to do rapid reconstitution. We're working with them on that. That's not one of the areas that we're as focused on, because our goal is we launch the satellites as fast as industry is making them right now. So we're not planning on having a whole bunch that are in the barn ready to go. But that is something that we're teamed with other folks across the Space Force to look at those capabilities.
Come up. So I think Dr. Tournier could see you asking the question. You could come up here or go right in front.
Hey, sir, Dennis Cater from Freedom Space. I just wanted to see if I could get a read on PWSA PGI and why it was canceled last week.
Yeah, so PGI was morphed into the AFC GI and AFC MI. So what happened was PGI was, as we got feedback from industry, it turned out that the scope that we were asking for was too nebulous for people to realistically bid it, because we wanted them to be able to provide a ground for a very broad range of experiments and demos. And that was actually, in hindsight, obviously that was a little bit too big of an ask because there was just too many unknowns. So what we did was we focused it on one experiment and demonstration capability, and that's the advanced fire control area. And we said, okay, come up with the ground within our developmental ops center that can be able to do that mission, starting with Foo Fighter and Foo Fighter-like follow-ons. So that gives industry something to focus on, something that you feel confident that you could scope and bid, and then do that for the ground. And then we took the mission integrator piece outside of that as well. PGI had both mission integrator and ground integrator as one big solicitation. But what became obvious in the feedback from industry was that the expertise there wasn't a lot of overlap, and we would have been forcing difficult marriages in industry. So it just made more sense to break that up. So we get proposals back from folks that are good at mission integration and folks that are good at ground integration, and not try to marry the two.
So Derek, the original warfighter proliferated its slides showed an advanced maneuver vehicle at the top, and the new slides don't seem to have that. So when will that come back?
So that was part of the deterrence layer. That was part of the original concept back in 2019. That went away pretty early on in 2020. The idea being focus is a superpower. And, you know, while we still believe that proliferation can solve all of those problems, we wanted to say, what are the capabilities that we could focus most on to make sure that we were highly successful? And that's why we drilled down into that beyond line of sight targeting and the advanced fire control, and we built out the layers that would directly support that. So all of that deterrence layer was really built into more of the space control and space situational awareness piece. We walked away from that and let other folks within the Space Force who are basically have that as more of their focus area, concentrate on that while we concentrated on the transport and tracking.
Thank you, sir. I have to say from myself, with my experience with the Air Force and our new Space Nexus team with a lot of DoD experience, we are a big fan of what you're doing, and keep doing the good work, and we look forward to seeing more successes out of the Space Development Agency. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
And with that, I think Mr. Travis Langster is in the same studio, or do we need a little time to switch? All right, there we go. Okay, well, with that, I'm excited to introduce Travis Langster, who is a Principal Director for Space and Missile Defense Policy at the DoD. His responsibilities include the review and development of space policies aligned with the Department of Defense priorities and strategic guidance. These responsibilities span across international and commercial engagement, strategies and plans, integration, and missile defense. And we want to thank him and his office for producing the DoD 2024 Commercial Space Integration Strategy. And we hope to hear a little bit about that, but Mr. Langster's prior experience and engagement span many sectors within the national security space community, to include work with the NRO and others. With that, I'd like to welcome Mr. Langster. Thank you.
Hello there. Thank you. Just do a quick audio check. How am I coming through?
Very good.
Great. Okay. I really appreciate being able to participate in this event. I really wanted to be with you in person, but I'm overseeing the organization given the various transitions and other travel taking place this week. That said, the timing is also very good because this event is happening on the heels of the DoD releasing the Commercial Space Integration Strategy, which was signed by the Secretary of Defense, as well as the Space Force Commercial Space Strategy signed out by Department of Air Force, SecDef, as well as CSO. So I really see this as an opportunity for the commercial space sector to be really part of the next evolution of delivering space capability, not to just DoD or for national security interests, but for humanity. And so I want to spend this time speaking about the department's role in that and highlighting the commercial space integration strategy along the way. Next slide. So as I mentioned, in April of this year, DoD released the commercial space integration strategy, again, signed by the Secretary of Defense. This strategy really rests on the premise that the rapidly growing commercial space sector is driving innovation, which can enhance the resilience of national security, which Derek talked about how Space Development Agency is executing that. The overarching goal and the end state for the strategy is to achieve commercial integration. And I really do want everyone to pay attention to integration being in the word, because it's not enough to leverage or utilize commercial space, but the end state is integration. And when we say integration, it means integrating into DoD missions, architectures, and systems. And 4 main areas there to recap. First is the contractual mechanisms. We intend to provide contractual mechanisms to set clear expectations with commercial providers that ensure the Joint Force has the capabilities they need throughout the spectrum of conflict. Second, we will work to integrate commercial space solutions now during peacetime and or competition to ensure that the service members have the kit as well as the training to use these solutions if and when deterrence fails. Third, we will promote the security conditions to facilitate integration and help commercial providers de-risk. While we always maintain the option to use military force to protect and defend commercial assets, we'll be focused on creating norms that enhance safety for all, sharing actionable threat information with commercial partners, and exploring different forms of financial protection. Finally, we'll support the development of emerging capabilities that have the potential to support the Joint Force. The department understands the capability gaps that we have, and we have tools at our disposal to ensure we can close those gaps utilizing commercial where our interests align. Next slide. Now, implementation. Implementation is underway across the department in various mission areas. The Secretary also signed out an implementation plan that's part of the strategy. And when I say implementation is underway, you heard quite a bit of good work that Derek talked about as it relates to Space Development Agency. CASR, I got a chance to listen to Colonel Nicely's talk yesterday. That's another area that's underway. There's been various missions and prototypes and engagements from DIU. That's another area. So while OSD is leading in terms of reporting the results of the implementation of the strategy, there are specific tasks assigned to various DoD components, including other OSD offices, joint staff, services, and combatant commands. These discrete tasks in the implementation plan are not the end of the story. This is really the beginning, the early phase of the desired state. Now, this slide here talks about the various mission areas. In addition to the 4 priorities, we categorized and bucketed the various mission areas into 3 buckets. And why we did this is because it's not which mission area of commercial can support DoD missions, but to what degree. And so we have 3 categories here: primarily government, hybrid, and primarily commercial. And I will emphasize that this is the various mission areas. The way that we've categorized them is where they are today. at any point in time, they could change what particular bucket that they reside in. So ultimately, all mission areas can integrate commercial solutions. We have a few early examples that I'll come back to, but let me go to the next slide to further describe what we mean. So this is a graphic depiction of a particular mission area. The circle represents that depiction, the mission area. The green represents functions performed by commercial, and the black obviously functions performed by government. So if you look at what Derek talked about, take missile warning, missile tracking, historically that's been a primarily government performance area. The way that SDA is moving out, there are certain functions, there's business practices that commercial is supplying for that particular mission area. And so the varying degrees, the ratio between the black and the green boxes or functions can change over time. We're seeing evolving mission areas. And so when I go back to the early examples or some examples of where these functions may lie, another one is nuclear command and control. Traditionally, that's a inherently primarily government mission area, primarily functions from the government, supplied by the government. A hybrid example would be space domain awareness or satellite communications. There are certain mission areas that require governmental functions because of things like protected SATCOM, but over time, certain commercial sector functions will supply that or have supplied that. There's lots of commercial SATCOM available today that's in use by the DoD. An example of primarily commercial would be things like active debris removal or secure access and mobility logistics, SAML. So today, those are primarily commercial. In the future, there could be government functions that are supporting and or delivering missions in those areas. So this graphic, again, is really just intended to describe how we believe commercial functions can still support traditionally governmental missions. Next slide. So measures of success. So in addition to, executing a discrete task in the implementation plan, it really is how we're going to measure the various areas of success. It's not enough to have a capability that we need a solution for, but to build mutual trust and to realize commercial integration, we at DoD must really, really proactively go beyond the demand signals and put resources toward this efforts. Certainly that's what Space Development Agency is proactively doing. That's certainly what DIU is doing and postured to do more of. So we really want to get after being able to mitigate concerns about the reliability and or the vulnerability of commercial solutions. And so we are seeking to offer ways and to work and partner with commercial to uncover, what those vulnerabilities may be that give us pause and provide some resources to address those areas. Another area may be testing concepts that we develop solutions together as partners to address those areas of concern. The DoD will have to really manage risk through various mechanisms. Another example could be pilots, demonstrations, other mechanisms that support the acquisition community. The integration of innovative solutions that are scalable and address missions or enhance missions in many cases, that really is the sweet spot that we're aiming for. So doing this collaboratively will also build trust, and by understanding and identifying ways to mitigate real or perceived concerns that the DoD may have. Second, we must go beyond policies and directives to change our practices and culture. We need to reorient our thinking to consider commercial solutions first. recognizing that the DoD can always fall back on traditional programs of record if a commercial solution is not appropriate. This reorientation is relevant to how we budget, how we request funding, and how we design our space mission applications and architecture. We also need to reorient our beliefs about who is responsible for implementing the strategy. It's not only the front-facing organizations or the acquisition organizations like the Space Development Agency, DIU, or COMSO that needs to adopt this mindset for commercial integration. It's all the stakeholders in the process beyond the acquirers. So while OSD is the Office of Primary Responsibility for implementing the commercial space strategy, our warfighters rely on space every day to execute their missions. It is every stakeholder's responsibility to think about how we can further the department-wide goal of commercial integration, and my office pushes this every day in our engagements. Third, I encourage you to use this commercial space strategy and hold us accountable. As I've said before, this commercial space strategy was developed through interactions via tabletop exercises, roundtables, workshops, information sessions, not only with government, but also commercial sector sitting side by side us. We need to know what is working, what isn't. We need to know where there are barriers, either new or persistent, to the integration end goal so that we can knock them down. We collectively need to identify ways to build on success, erode trust issues or concerns on reliability, vulnerability, and utility of using innovative commercial space sector applications, systems, products, and services. So with that, I'll pause and leave time for questions.
Thank you, sir. We look forward to sending you some outputs of this State of the Space Industrial Base Conference where we're hearing from many of the companies, and maybe they can give some insight on how the strategy can be implemented. But we're really happy to have seen, I think there's already been a lot of discussion this week, that just really happy to see the DoD, the Space Force, step out and put these strategies in place. So with that, if there's any questions, would you like to come up?
Yes, sir. Hi, this is John Mabry with Aerospace Corporation. I noticed that you had SAML in there as one of the examples of the implementations that's already underway, and I was wondering if you could say a little bit more about that. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know the specifics, but I know that there are recent contract awards related to things like there's exploration as well as contract awards related to deorbit reentry, active debris removal rather, as well as exploration for how and when and under what conditions DoD could leverage and use in-space refueling. There are also aspects of, the U.S. is a leader in, responsible behavior and things like the ODMSP. So best practices in space and norms. So those are areas to explore, particularly on the SAM one. I know the Space Force is looking at that as one of their mission areas. So that's something that is underway in this coming year and the coming years to understand how DoD can get after being able to maneuver and increase their mobility in space.
Any other questions? Come on. You come up, he can see you.
Hi, so with the DoD pursuing as we just heard, missile tracking from space, is there any considerations towards space-based effectors or space-based missile defense rather than just tracking?
That's probably a question for Missile Defense Agency and or Space Development Agency. What I can say is that, as you see, in things are taking place around the world, being able to protect our joint force is something of critical importance to the DoD. So protecting our joint forces on the ground, as well as protecting and defending our assets in space, is something that the DoD prioritizes and will continue to address. And as Derek mentioned, the proliferation of is a way to get after that to enhance resilience.
All right, sir. Thank you so much. And thank you again for being part of putting that strategy out. We're everybody is very happy to see it. And thank you for joining us today. Next year, you're going to have to come in person.
Absolutely. See you in person. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you. Okay, with that, I get to introduce one of my faves here. Next is Steve, who we call Bucky Buteau, General Bucky Buteau. He's the director of the space portfolio at the Defense Innovation Unit. He joined the team in 2015 as an early plank owner when DIU was known as DIUX, many might remember, helped establish the organization and set up the operating locations in Silicon Valley, Boston, Massachusetts, Austin, Texas, and who knows more. Now they've been doing so much over this last year. I know he'll talk about their 3.0 strategy, I believe. And Bucky, I brought it up yesterday between him and Peter Wagner, were what we've called plank owner for SSIB. Back in 2019, they got together and started putting together sort of really looking at what are the challenges. And then the 2020 conference that New Space Nexus, at the time we were in New Space, New Mexico, got to be a part of hosting and working with our key partners. We were planning it out at these different workshops through the US, and then all of a sudden had to go virtual. And so it was really cool though. It was actually one of the very first virtual conferences that we pulled off, and we wouldn't have been able to do it without leaders like Bucky Buteau. And so please welcome him, and he's a very important key partner.
All right, I decided to break with the pack and be in person. So I have to, and I tell you, you have no idea how tough that is. I mean, we are all working very hard, and very, and actually something which I think is great. And it's great to be cleanup this morning, on the plenary session, because you're going to get a sense of team, right? So we have an integrated team that not just involves the services and organizations like Space Development Agency, policy organizations, the space community organizations that are represented here, like New Space Nexus, Space Florida, Space Northwest, others, but also the commercial industrial base. And actually, it's kind of funny because a year ago, when I talked about changes going on at DIU, and I'm going to talk about them some more. I mentioned the fact that my new boss was Doug Beck, who is a former vice president of Apple, and I said, hey, I just got back from the State of the Space Industrial Base workshop in Albuquerque, right? That was like May of last year, and he had started May 1st. He goes, I don't like industrial base. He says we should say commercial sector, because he says for a lot of the people in the commercial sector, they don't always want to be referred to as industrial base. I said, well, geez, that's, it's like, typical government, right? We just came up with a name and we didn't even, we didn't impulse people. So note for future, but anyways, we fully appreciate all the contributions of the commercial sector but recognize that for us to do what we do to protect this great country and all of our national interests, we have to orchestrate and do things in a sustainable way for the future. I also want to throw some props because Diane Howard's here, and I never get to say enough good stuff about Diane. But the White House, you're seeing a circle of life here, right? So all these things that we're doing, the commercial integration, then just didn't just poop out of the Pentagon. It started with discussions in organizations like this, feedback that goes up. We get strategy, awesome strategy, and guidance from the executive, and it trickles down and it gets implemented. And then as a team, we go, wow, this is really great. And then we go out and we demonstrate, prove, and we change. And that's really, really important that we do that. So while the commercial sector is agile and introduces continuous products and services that change the world, we are recognizing that we need agility in our policy. We can't just have a doctrine. I'm going to pick on Robert McNamara in a second because it's McNamara doctrine is still alive and well from 1962, but we're trying to make some changes, but we're having success, and I think it's really good, and that's just to keep us meaningful and focused on the things that are so important to all of us. So with that, I want to talk a little bit about DIU 3.0. This is our new strategy. We had just gotten a year ago when I spoke, the secretary had decided that commercial technology and innovation was so important to the department. He wanted somebody to directly advise him. And so Doug Beck was hired in May 1st of last year. He took DIU out of research engineering. We're going to be a standalone agency. We're directly advising the SecDef. And here's some of the key things that we're doing now. So focus, speed, and scale. It's the 3 big points. So on focusing, we're really focusing on how we can accelerate promising new and emergent technology to solve some of the toughest problems we're facing today. And that's a very bold thing. Derek, he didn't really emphasize it today, but one of the greatest innovations the Space Development Agency has done is they've set these 2-year cycles, right? So if you can't deliver something in the next 24 months, that you're not in focus for their current tranche. They focus on the next tranche, and they set things up with that. We are now focused on the combatant commands and the joint force, and so what we get is and last year we spent some time with Admiral Aquilino, who is very focused individual when he was the commander of Indo-PACOM, and he says, I need this today. I need this today. I need this today. And if DoD needs things today, there's not too many options we can do other than go to the commercial sector and see what's available and fill that gap, address that capability gap today. There's people in the room who are focused on doing that, and our friends with the from the COMSO who do procure satellite communications and other things out of the open market. They're prepped and ready to do that on a moment's notice. But now we're just not talking about bringing in commercial capabilities to the right-hand side of the strategy that you just saw, the commercial integration strategy. That's pure commercial. We need to bring things in that are integrated. And that gets back to why the standards are so important. Adopting standards, not just for transport, but interfaces, software standards, cybersecurity standards. This is what the most exciting thing to me, because as all this comes together, then you start to you set the foundation for these new and emergent markets where commercial capabilities don't have to do everything. Right now, if you're a space company in the room, you have to build everything. You know, you buy your own launch, you build a satellite, you fly it, you do all this work end to end. You're fully integrated for what you're trying to, the problem you're trying to solve. In the future, it may not be like that. You may be able to just get an account with Microsoft Azure Space or AWS or Google and use the cloud and develop software that runs on the architecture and make money on it. And that's an exciting future that we want to help the commercial sector to innovate and create. Just like we did with ARPANET, right? And I can't emphasize this enough. What started out as ARPANET contributes to about 10% of our GDP today in terms of digital communications and the marketplace, right? So that's how this nation grows wild. All right, speed. So we need to move at commercial speed, and commercial speed is outpacing everybody, even commercial. So the rate of change of technology today is this is one of these rare times in human history when it's just through the roof. It's nonlinear, and it's not everything is invented here. So you know, I'm very proud. One of the things we did at DIU, we gave Rocket Lab their very first DoD contract years ago. We gave ISI an early contract, and one was from New Zealand, and the other one was from Finland. And we just happened to meet them because they come to Silicon Valley to raise funding. But it's important that we recognize and continue to recognize that in order to deter, defend, and win if forced to fight, which is basically, that's the job of our national security enterprise. The more we integrate our allies and partners into the things that we do, the better off we do it. And commercial is the great place to develop those relationships and codify what is possible and how to do things. Because as a commercial company, if you're developing a product for a US market only, you're at a serious disadvantage, right? So yeah, you're all developing products and services for a global market. And there's a lot of benefit to that, especially when we get into the regulatory process. All right, so speed, focus, speed, and then scale. Scale is important. You heard both of the previous speakers talk about it. When we say scale, we mean production. The Department of Defense, and I'll say, well, there's others, but I work in DoD now, so I won't pick anybody else. But we've had a love affair, fascination with exquisite things, right? And exquisite things can do great. They're mind blowing. I will say, like James Webb Space Telescope is the quintessential exquisite thing that the government's created and done marvelous stuff with recently. NASA working with Johns Hopkins, APL, and others. It's fascinating. But if DoD showed up and said, I need 1,000 James Webb Space Telescopes, everybody would fall out of their chair and go, there's no way we could ever do that, right? Because it was never designed to scale. It was designed to really push the limits of technology and solve really new and exciting problems. Scaling that technology, that's something that comes later. When we say we need 1,000 drones or 10,000 drones or 100,000 drones, or you heard Derek say 400 satellites. You know, those are, we need production grade things. Production is important because the very first tier of innovation is quality, right? There's easily 100 or more, probably 200 cell phones in this room, and every one of those phones performs at an equal level, and they can exchange information and do all these things. There's no outliers. Every one of those things work because quality is a function. It's one of the key components to scale. And most of you who are developing things today, if you're doing new developmental opportunities and things like that, you're just trying to solve a problem, and then you're going to solve the scale problem, right? So So that's why it's so important that we have Discovery, Gabe, and our folks at not just SpaceWorks, but AFWorks, NavalX, all the other innovation organizations that serve as an on-ramp or an entry point for new companies. They want to see what you can muster, can you solve an interesting problem that or contribute to some sort of offset for something that's important to us in national security and defense. But the expectation is not that you're coming in with something that can readily scale, right, to 10,000, 100,000, 1 million units, right? That's not the purpose of that, because we're just trying to discover and find out. As companies mature, we have companies in a room that have already gone through that years ago, and then they took on the scaling aspect. Well, scale is important, and they've learned, and they're making and fielding tens of satellites or hundreds of components and other things, and that's becoming a very rich part of the industrial base, supply chain that feeds other things. Like if not for that, what SDA is doing would not be possible, because you can't have 100 satellites with 100 different personalities and then try to do advanced analytics and bring all that information together in a way that informs whoever your customer is or the warfighter. So so focus, speed, and scale. So what we've done is we've taken our focus because we're an OSD level function, is we're focusing on the speed and scale aspects now. And you probably saw that one of the things that we announced, actually the Deputy Secretary of Defense announced, was this initiative called Replicator. And Replicator is really an all-domain solution. Right now it's focused on drones and some maritime requirements, but the idea is we need to scale certain things, certain effects, and we need to be able to do that rapidly as a department within like 18 months, which is unheard of. So there's a whole new policy apparatus being wrapped around this. Commercial integration is key. And so one of the most important initiatives in the entire Department of Defense right now, Replicator, it is really focused on delivering capabilities today to the combatant commands, to the joint warfighter, leveraging commercial technology that can be produced at speed and scale, right? And when the other thing about production is, just like the phones in your pocket, we don't want that to go away. So exquisite things, we build them and then we shut down the plant where we made them, and then we go on to the next thing. And then we can't do that with the things that we need today. And we need that for a couple of things: agility, but we also need it for resiliency, right? So most of the commercial things that we're working on in the pure commercial arena of the new strategy is really focused on resiliency. And that's very, very important. So if the department doesn't have to build launch vehicles to get things on orbit, then it's going to go and get those as commercial services until, just as was described, until the situation changes to dictate some other outcome. So I know I covered a lot there, but I did want to at least say that in terms of the DIU director, he directly advises the Secretary of Defense now on catalyzing engagements with not just industry, commercial sector, but also with our allies and partners on commercial, and also with the finance, the venture and private equity finance communities. And that's really, really very important, so that we're trying to speak with one voice as a department. We also have the Defense Innovation Steering Group, which is an organization of all the senior leaders in the department, including the Secretary of the Air Force. And then they get together and they talk about what are the emergent needs and where are we going to task. So when they leave that room, they go, break, we know, hey, here's a commercial solution or commercial opportunity, and we all go after it. The Defense Innovation Working Group is a lower tier organization that includes more of the different service component heads. It's chaired by the DIU director. And so there's regular meetings now at the department from top to bottom that are taking a look at all the intersection of what our problems are, our challenges, and how we can solve them commercially. All right, I want to shift gears a little bit and talk about SSIB and some interesting things. So one of the things I mentioned this to both to Peter and to Casey this morning is I would really highly recommend that for the report that's published this year, that we consider a theme that's focused on commercial integration for asymmetric advantage. And the reason why I think that's important is you heard the policy, you know we're working on things, and it's like, so if you're not familiar with this community or the defense challenges, people, the common person on the street say, well, so what? To what end? The most meaningful commercial space technology things that we're doing today, whether or not they're even for national security, are creating an asymmetric advantage. And that's really, really important. It's really important so that you can say, well, economically, we care about the U.S. being an economic leader and retaining its ability to be a main player in the commercial space market. That's really important. Quite honestly, we were the leaders in drone technology up until the early mid to late 2000s, up to like 2010. And then DJI from China came along, and they control like 70 or 80% of the drone market commercially. And we've been trying for 10 years to regain that advantage. And once you lose it, it's really, really tough to get back. So I think one of the asymmetric advantages of all this activity is retain the U.S. economic instrument of national power, which is that advantage in space. But it's also, we're using that commercial technology to create asymmetric advantages for the warfighter. The proliferated LEO is a great example, and in an affordable way that is agile, and we keep it fresh. Next week, we'll all be probably riveted to the TV sets watching Test Flight 4, the Starship. That's going to be another incredible asymmetric advantage because the price of launch will come down even further. And we have other companies in the room that are actually pursuing reusable launch capabilities so that they can do much of the other responsive and otherwise non-responsive launch to orbit capabilities at an affordable rate. So space access is certainly not something that we talk about. When in 2015, 2016, the number one priority was access to space, for most of the commercial sector, and that's no longer the case. We have this year our first defense industrial strategy, and which is really amazing. And it even in its sites in there something that the Catherine Boyle from Andreessen Horowitz, one of the venture communities, has been focused on, which is arsenal of democracy. How do we rebuild and enable our commercial sector and our commercial industrial capacity to be able to rapidly respond and take on challenges in great power competition, and use that as part of our deterrence. So there's a lot of work being done on that right now, and it's great to know that they look at organizations and assemblies of companies like you as the exemplar of how this should be done across the entire department. So you're having an outsized impact. Some accomplishments. I mentioned Starship, and it's great. It's a big company and having outsized effects. But I also want to throw props at Intuitive Machines and their ability to land IM-1 on the moon, a little rough landing, but still it landed and it worked. And for a commercial company to do that is amazing. And the cover of our last year report, we celebrated the mission to basically go and fly the Halo orbit around the moon, and so we have many even small commercial companies that are having a meaningful strategic impact with the things that they're demonstrating, and so it's really good. Lastly, I'll just say that we have well, I should say most everybody in the room knows that we had an 8-fold increase in our budget. So at DIU. And I know I'm going to get 1,000 questions about it. So let me just talk about that a little bit. So we got that money, and you may have seen in the media a lot of talk about a hedge fund and why a hedge fund is important. Well, I mentioned the McNamara doctrine. Just realize that when we at DoD, if we want to plan a new program, it's part of a 5-year cycle called the Planning, Programming, Budgeting, and Execution, PBBE. And it takes 3 years to get money to even like kick one of these things off. And that 3 years, we kind of refer to it as the POM cycle. So what we're trying to do, this is a new experiment that we're doing, is how can we take and leverage funding, hedge funding inside of that 3-year cycle. So specifically, some of these things that like Space Force would say, wow, I want a photon torpedo. I don't know. So I want a photon torpedo, and industry can get it to me. And, they can go to Congress, but it could be a 3-year journey before they can even get funds to start a program that would kick off within 5 years. It's just the way things used to be, and that's one of those things we're course correcting for the 21st century. But until we can fix that, which is that's a big fix. How can we take these hedge dollars, the money in the short time, to go after the most immediate critical needs for the combatant commanders in the joint force for today's fight? This is where I started this, right? So and of course, a large part of that is how can we do that with commercial? And it's not just pure commercial, because you saw the commercial integration or asymmetric capabilities, right? It was kind of the centerpiece of the new strategy. And what's exciting about that, and I know is we haven't talked a lot about our traditional defense partners, right? And some of whom are in the room today. And one of the things we're going to be excited to do is revisit this whole idea of what does it mean to be an integrator, right? Because a commercial company can't solve everything. And most of you in the room have come to us and said, hey, can you help us get a security clearance? You know how difficult that is. Well, integrators can help with all this. So the part of the work to be done is reestablishing what it means to be an integrator and in a team environment. And so that we can actually take commercial capabilities that are developed for market and be able to rapidly adapt and integrate them into solutions, much the way that Derek has illustrated, to strategic effect, to have those impacts. And we want to do that today. And we believe that we can do that effectively because we have the contracting authority to be able to do those type of deals with the other transactions, the commercial solutions opening vehicle that we use to write our contracts. So I think that's really exciting. So if you don't do anything, I know like there's some Lockheed folks in the room, and I think there's some Northrop Grumman people in the room. Find these people at the party tonight and introduce yourself and say, hey, how do we work together, right? That would be really, really important. And you'll be you'll be surprised to hear how much they want to work with all of you too, right? So the team is expanding. We're focusing on things that are really important. And then the thing that we're doing right now with the services is really important, which is how do we take the things that we're innovating today and set them on a trajectory so that they land much like our Olympians off the vault. You will get a 10-point landing, stick it on a program of record in the future. And that's uber difficult, but you know what that takes? It takes a lot of coordination, communication, and alignment. And those of us in the room on the government side we're completely focused on this. Not everything's going to come off the vault to stick it to a perfect landing on a program of record. 95% of the commercial capabilities we've been introduced to help Ukraine and to have their asymmetric advantage vis-a-vis the Russian invasion, most of those things will never transition to a program of record, but they're being procured off the commercial marketplace and as services or as just products or software. And so we have a lot of capacity to do that. So don't get stuck on I'm not successful unless I transition to a program of record. I think it's more important that we want to see you get a path to revenue, right, in the near term. And then some of these things will transition, and it may mean that your product, what you do, or your business process, commercially owned, commercially operated, might need to be modified in the future in order for the government to do business with you. And that's part of the journey between solving the problems today and having a product, service, or software that solves a future problem as part of a program of record. So, and the people who can help you with that is, again, are many of the other folks in the room. So there's a lot of work to be done. Very excited about what we have all accomplished together, and I'm looking forward to taking a few questions and then getting us to lunch, because I think lunch is coming up soon. So, well, actually in 2 hours. Okay. So, all right.
What are you on DC time?
What's that?
Lunch.
I'm just hungry all the time. Yes.
Some food. Does anyone, thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Bucky? Come on up.
Oh, yes.
You're gonna have a line. There you go. If you could come up here, that way everyone sees you.
Hey, Bucky.
Hey, Bruce.
It's awesome to be in the dialogue that we are. Well, what have you learned about change making in the DoD in the last 3 years? What have you seen? We see some cultural shifts in Derek's and the other. What have you learned that you can say that are magic words that wave wands over people's heads, that they somehow dispel that can't happen here stuff? What's the superpower that you're finding?
So the interesting thing, and these are my words, not the department's one. So one of the biggest observations, I spent 20+ years, doing fun stuff at the tactical level, right? Flying airplanes, all that. When you get into any of the strategic level elements of the organization, there's strategy, there's policy. Well, actually, there's law, right? And then there's policy, which can include strategy and all that stuff. And then there's culture, right? So the big part of this is, if you form a diamond and you go, well, there's law, there's policy, and there's culture. What you find is that the law is like very black and white. Policy is fungible. It provides guidance, and it gets updated on a regular basis by people who understand the law and are focused on it. That's right. And then there's culture, and culture used to be, I think the culture of the department was, hey, everything's fine here, right? And I'm not saying it's gone completely, but it's very humbling when you see others doing interesting things in areas like hypersonics, or in space, or in microelectronics, or in any of these technology areas that we used to really think that we were like the only ones that could get that could do these things. And so as the other observation is that as those asymmetric advantages are reduced, the temperature of global conflict rises, right? So, and I think it's really important that what we do is we, first and foremost, we want to lower the temperature of global conflict. And it's not all going to be done with technology, but having those asymmetric advantage, the effective deterrence is really, really important. When Starship flies next week, that's a great deterrent, because people say, oh my gosh, there's a 150 metric ton dump truck that can like go anywhere in space. They have to figure out, what kind of advantage that creates in the future. Derek's Tranche 1 satellite constellation he just talked about it. Hey, we just successfully demonstrated we can do Link 16 with these things. So all that contributes to effective deterrence. But I really think it's really important is that, and the culture, the way you get after culture is not by mandating it. You get people more involved. And I think if you've seen anything is that across all of government, people are really, really more involved. And I'll give one great example of this, which is one of the ones I'm really, really happy about. And I think Omar's probably brought this up is like we went a year ago, we just went to the FAA and said, hey, how can we help you? How can we help you? Right? It's like you have the same number of people you've had. We reported on it in this form. You have the same amount of people like every year, and the number of launches keeps going sky high. And how do you do it? And they showed us. So it's like, oh my gosh, it's like we could bring in software, advanced AI. There's things we're doing in the department right now that leveraging AI, that if we helped our friends in commerce and other parts of the government who don't have those capabilities today, they can become more effective. And in fact, they'll probably even be able to identify more failure modes and things that safety concerns using those tools than they could probably do today. So part of this is, and that's just good governance, right? And we don't need to be told to do it. We're just going and doing it. And so I think that the culture is really more of a myth. It's really about how we enable each other to do things effectively, share information, and share successes. I think that's probably about it. Oh, you're right. Personality, of course.
Right.
Hey, Bucky, I was asked to keep the question a bit short. I can't guarantee about
Okay.
the answer, but
Yeah, we haven't had a break either. So
right. Well, to not hold everybody in suspense, I'm Brian Flawling. I'm at Exo Analytic, and we've worked now with DIU now over 2 different commercial solutions offerings. I just wanted to say, like, working through that OTA process, we really do like that. Want to encourage, as you guys discuss through this, that we continue to talk about the innovation in that contracting process, because there is a kind of a dichotomy between getting to that program of record, and now you're on a 6% profit margin and you have to go to these different things. And if you don't achieve the sufficient scale, it's not actually worth it to these small businesses to do that. You've made it through your igniter. You've got your first product out there. You need to maintain those things just to keep the lights on, right? So those profit margins are important to be able to keep those going. So using those OTA processes, using the ways that you guys are doing that, I like to also applaud the efforts by like the CASR kind of stuff, where they're looking at how do we put those things in place so that we can innovate those business models that keep everybody going. Not everyone who is a small business has a goal of supporting an existing prime in the execution of using their technology, and they want to become a big business themselves, right? So how do we get onto that unicorn chart that you showed here in years past? And so that's something that we're still trying to do, but I just wanted to get your experience or have you comment a bit on that difference, right? That disparity between kind of that model of getting to a program of record versus that potential for commercial success. And how do we do that audit between the market research that would need to be done for, is there commercial opportunity, or are we seriously delivering something to support the warfighter that's much more direct? And how do we reconcile that?
Well, I think it's important, and I don't want to wear this out, but I always remind people, DIU, we're a facilitator. We're not your customer, right? It's really important. And those are great conversations when we're working together to say, hey, how can we, what's the path to us being a unicorn? And we'll tell you, hey, what we always ask the same thing that the finance people in the room will ask, which is, what kind of company do you want to be when you grow up, right? And so that, right? So that, and what's your path to get there? The unicorns are really, they're unicorns because of what they do in the commercial marketplace, not necessarily because of what they do in government. You could probably pick at that a little bit and say, well, SpaceX is probably a good example of a unicorn that the government just really needed that capability, right? But it was mostly not financed by the government, right? It was just an early adopter customer. The most of the things that we're doing in defense is not as a first mover, it's as a fast follower. And so the fast follower assumes that the companies have already got some established marketplace, and they don't. Your market doesn't have to be for just space things. I think most of what Derek's doing with space technology is all focused on terrestrial applications, and I think that's really important. Now, I'm very bullish about the hybrid space architecture, the outer net, and I think that's because we're building it to be sustainable. It has to be sustainable in a commercial context, not as a result of something the government's going to do. And there's a lot of input on that. But I think if you hit your wagon to one of the things that has a lot of momentum to it, HSA for one, that's really good. For the space domain awareness area and space traffic management, I think there's a lot of interest growing there, and but it has to be good, it has to be effective, and it has to be affordable, and it has to be. It can't just be exclusive to the U.S., right? So when you take off and fly from here, air traffic control, that's it's part of the ICAO, right? It's international standard and influence. So I think doing that, how we bring those innovations together, how to help you scale, and just realize there's companies that have been on the unicorn chart that are no longer on the unicorn chart. And there's so that's just how it is. There's no guarantee that everybody's going to be successful. But I would say that competimates figure out how to team with other companies to produce something today as an asymmetric advantage. We always ask every company if they are willing to team with somebody else to solve a really tough problem. And they always say yes, or they say it depends. But we force that because it would take you a decade to do something that we could get 3 companies together to crush in like 15 minutes. So hopefully that answers the question. But I think there's the good news is that we're on a upward trajectory. Don't worry about the finance. If you have a really, really, really good technology and addressable market, the money is out there. It's just a little more focused on funding things that have that pathway. So.
Hi, sir. We have an online question.
Oh, okay.
Jamie will read.
Online, it's going to be what are some mission areas DIU is planning to prioritize?
Oh, that's interesting.
To focus on.
Yeah. So we've added another portfolio at DIU recently. This is in the news. So, and we're incubating it inside the space portfolio. We're calling it emerging tech. So we have quantum is in there. We're doing quantum technologies, and we're also doing hypersonics. So, and the hypersonics is not making weapons, it's doing low cost, high cadence testing, which is really interesting. And we're actually going to have our first launch of that within a year. I tell you, the hypersonics market is actually turning out to be a godsend for small launch. because if, small launch is great if you want to do, put something in a mission design orbit, but it's not very competitive with the cost of, like doing a transporter mission, as most of you know. However, if you don't want to be in that sun synchronous orbit, if you need to be someplace else for your business case, you go to a small launch provider. Well, those same small launch providers are providing us with the ability to significantly, like on a factor of 10, reduce the cost of doing some of the hypersonics testing. And we're doing it, just using a different modality. So that's really exciting. So you need to also look at, hey, how can I take my technology and use it outside of, the addressable market that I'm at? And you'll see some great examples of that. So emerging tech is new. We have some other portfolios we'll be doing, but the mission areas are really still focused on AI, autonomy, space, human systems, cyber, and who am I leaving out? Artificial intelligence. Yeah. So it's pretty good. I'll tell you one other thing which is amazing to me, because I had to look it up for an RFI from Congress. Since 2016, we've just DIU, we put 420 some odd $million of money out on contracts with companies like yours, right, to advance capabilities. And we've had some really good success there. Probably 90% of that money comes from other DoD partners, not from us. So thank us for getting the contracts done, but you should thank everybody ranging from the NRO to the Space Force to the Army to the Navy to all these different organizations that have taken a bet and reaped the benefit of having a commercial solution provided by companies like you. So.
I have heard that's really good once you get started with you. There's ways where money can be added, so.
Oh, yeah, actually, that's great.
With the OTAs.
Gabe will be happy to, so you won't see any press releases on this because we always let the companies decide when they want to tell the story. But with part of what our authority with this funding that we have is we can now do something we weren't able to do before, which is we can actually contribute to matching funds to StratFIs, TACFIs, these types of things as part of an integrated part of the defense innovation ecosystem in the department. So we've already pulled trigger on one of them, which we're really excited about. And there's two others that are baking in the oven right now. And the neat thing about that is that we're starting to do that, which we haven't been able to do before. Before we could just do a letter of support or interest. Now we can just say, nope, we need this. And now the only thing is this, we're taking those commercial solutions. They're still going through our normal process for selection. So so anybody who's been through our process before knows all the types of things that we ask for. And so if we've vetted the technology and it scratches at a strategic itch, and there's a phase 2, or you talk to Gabe and others about where you need to be in the life cycle of working with SpaceWorks or AFWorks, then we're in good shape, because then we could just go out and move out on that right away. So that's a new superpower which we have, which is really fun.
And if you thought your DIU folks were getting followed around a lot before, then they really are going to follow you after that.
Well, right, but actually the way to trigger that is not coming to us, is working with the folks at SpaceWorks and AFWorks about those opportunities, because they're gonna come to us with the prioritized list of the projects that they want to do on that thing. But we're always happy to talk, but that's where those deals are kind of incubated there.
Right, and for all of you, the SpaceWorks is now over in the ComSo office. So that was great to hear from Colonel Nicely yesterday and Jeremy Leader,
Yeah,
who's been here. So
that's
well,
right.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Well,
And I
thank you.
know with participating on these conferences, you have quite a collection of the New Space New Mexico Nexus
do.
merch.
Wow. look
So
at that.
there you go. have
Thank
some
you.
more. Thank you so much,
Well,
sir.
thank you so much, Beasley.
Thank you. All right, well, so, okay, I know, sorry, sir, we're gonna bring you some snack. But, there was, we had a good thing for today. A lot of our speakers and co-innovation sessions said yes. And so it's kind of packed in the schedule this morning. So take breaks as you need to, and there'll be a good lunch coming soon. But we wanted to go on to one of our next co-innovation sessions, the regulatory environment for novel space tech. And with that, I want to introduce Ilsa Moroz, who is a senior manager of Space Systems Division at the Aerospace Industry Association. In this role, she works with AIA members to support and advocate for relevant industry issues in civil, commercial, and national security space. And she also oversees policy initiatives. She's going to be moderating this co-innovation session along with and joined by Dr. Diane Howard, who is the Director of Commercial Space Policy at the National Space Council in the Executive Office of the President. Also joined by Dr. Aaron Vaughn, leading the Prometheus Reentry Testbed at Space Vehicles Directorate Air Force Research Lab, and Josh Martin, who is the VP for Government Affairs for Varda Space. Now, I want to tell you all again, the QR code here is where you could go add any kind of inputs. The folks here will sort of talk about this. They're going to co-innovate on this issue of the regulatory of novel space, and then we'll share some of the inputs from the survey for you all to keep discussing. So, thank you.
Everyone hear me? Excellent. Good morning, everyone. So I want to start off with just a huge thank you to Casey, to New Space Nexus for inviting us, for hosting us, to all of you for being here, and for all of our panelists for joining us today. As Casey said, my name is Ilsa Moroz. I'm the Senior Manager of the Space Systems Division at AIA. I'm also, of note, a UNM alumni, so very happy to be back in Lobo territory. Everyone's a Lobo. Happy to be back, and I've been consuming an amount of green chili that is physically possible but not advisable. So to start us off, I do want to spend a few minutes setting the stage. So I will go down the line momentarily, but I do really want to lean into the Socratic method that these co-innovation sessions are pushing. So please take advantage of the survey, because I do want to have a robust discussion here. So to start, novel space is probably one of the sexier parts of our industry, and it covers a massive, massive amount of different issue areas. Working with Aerospace Industries Association, I have a really good vantage point of the scope of these issues. We work with over 300 member companies and nearly 2 million workers across the aerospace and defense supply chain. So we're very close to our members who are endeavoring for novel space technology, and very close with our government partners who are helping to regulate it. So I would like to start, Diane, with you, and get a quick download, go down the line here from each of you on what, from your perspective, from where you sit, what is the current state of novel space tech regulation? And I'm not good at dodgeball, so I'm going to refrain from going too deep into mission authorization. I will let Diane cover that one. I'm within arm's reach, so I'm going to stay over here.
Figure this out. You hear me? Yeah, there you go. All right. So for our intents and purposes in the government, we've been defining novel activities as the things that aren't directly regulated right now in space. And so I don't want to give the impression that we're not overseeing, authorizing any activities. We are, but it's rather ad hoc. And that became an environment of uncertainty, and it was really becoming not just difficult for the private sector to deal with, but also very difficult for the government. So when we started looking at exactly, what the buckets included, they're pretty straightforward: launch and reentry, spectrum and remote sensing of the earth. And so instead of trying to drop down into like, lists of things which become obsolete almost as soon as you make the list, we said everything else. So that was our starting point. The other thing that we decided to take a look at was, first of all, that, we're not just talking about authorizing, we're also talking about some modicum of supervision, because, if we start with our Article 6 obligation under the Outer Space Treaty, it says authorize and supervise, which can mean many, many things. The next piece of that is there are policy things that we've had in our regulatory processes, and the way we deal with how the government has dealt with private sector activities back since 1958, before there was even an outer space treaty. So those kinds of policy things are like safety and the fact that we do consider national security, that we do consider our foreign policy interests, things like that. So that was our starting point. We had many, many meetings within the interagency. I, come from academia, so I really approached this like a classroom situation, which was a little bit unusual, I think, for some of the interagency. But there has been a lot of work that's been done on this particular trade space, if you will, for more than a decade. And so I thought, we should start with an understanding, a literature review and an understanding of the context in which these things have happened. And some of that resulted in a legislative proposal back in 2016 that never went anywhere. Which really was focused on sort of extending the payload review. It was only focused on authorization. In the time ensuing since then, we've really all kind of gotten on the space sustainability bandwagon, understanding that if we don't have something that's sustainable, then our business models cease to be relevant at all. And we really do have difficulty with the domain as any kind of domain, warfighting or other. And as a result of that, we decided that we needed to look at what the current state of our statutory authorities allowed us to do. And we realized that there was not a lot. This is why we started with the legislative proposal back in 2016. That said, it is not a climate where we can count on anything moving rapidly through the congressional process right now. And so we, in the National Space Council, were insistent that we should look at what we would want in a legislative proposal to address this everything else. But what are the things that we could do with the statutory authorities that existed in the executive branch that we could implement now and that could get us ready so that we could be scalable, like Bucky was talking about, so that we could sort of future-proof what we were doing. So we took a bifurcated approach. We did it, took it twofold. I will say something I said in our earlier session today. It's a very emotional issue. First of all, industry doesn't want to get overregulated. That said, we understand that. That said, also government doesn't want to be irresponsible. So, there's a lot of emotion in how to do this. And then, yesterday in my talk, I talked a little bit about all the different departments and agencies that are part of our National Space Council. There are quite a few government users of space. And then there are several regulators of space, one of which is independent. That's the FCC. So how do you respect all of that? And there's, as I said, a lot of emotion. There were some very well-developed ideas of where things should go and how they should be done. When we do things in the federal government and when we do things at the White House, we do them by consensus. And so we have to honor all those equities that exist by statute or by mission mandate. And also the interests that come out of that. And that is not an easy process to get consensus. The more equities and the more interests you have, the harder consensus is to achieve. So we basically said to the big contenders, commerce and transportation, you need to figure out how you can work together. So I loved Bucky used the phrase competimes. And I think that kind of is relevant here, because it is all teamwork. So the current state right now is that we have these buckets of very directed authorities within commerce, transportation, and the FCC. We have a legislative proposal that we presented to Congress on November 15th, which very clearly delineates the roles and responsibilities between commerce and transportation. And it includes a third part, which codifies the things that are implicit in the fact that Congress has been funding Commerce to do the space situational awareness transition from DoD. And so it codifies a lot of those activities and also spells out how that's all going to be handled. And then it talks about the things that commerce and transportation will do. And in a nutshell, transportation would continue its work with human spaceflight safety. So anything that touches humans and their safety would be a transportation responsibility. And in-space transportation, which I think is a sticking point for many, so I'm just going to kind of give you, it's like a delivery. It's not just things that move in space. If it's moving to perform a service, that is not a transportation function. But if it's delivering, goods from Earth to the ISS, and then from the ISS going to a commercial LEO destination, that would be a function of transportation. Anything else, if it's going and it's taking, fuel from a fuel depot and then, going and actually performing a fueling service, that would be the Department of Commerce. And we think that that's pretty clear. Sometimes it requires a little bit of explanation because it's not what people were expecting, but that's where that is. However, that is kind of in sort of congressional limbo right now. So what are we doing in the interim? Well, we on December 21st introduced our framework for novel activities. And that is all the things I told you we insisted upon. Things we can do now. We, by consensus, came up with some very good principles that say, whenever we look at these activities, we should be considering, along with national security and safety and foreign policy interests and international obligations, we should also be looking at sustainability, space sustainability, and that there's things, national interests that we should think about as well. National interest is defined elsewhere in what we, presented to Congress. It talks about things like planetary protection and just things that don't really fit into any of the buckets, but we have a national interest in being concerned with. And then there are also some roles and responsibilities in there, and we have moved out on those. So we're working on that. The last thing I want to bring to your attention is all of this that I just described to you is available online, very easy to find. Google National Space Council, you'll get our webpage. And then at the bottom, you're going to find links to all of the things that we've put together in this particular administration. So the Space Priorities Framework, the legislative proposal, the sectional analysis, and the framework. Thank you.
Thanks, Diane. And then Josh, before I head over to you, I just wanted to share a takeaway that I've had over the last couple of days at this conference has been the value of the micro and the macro perspectives on these issues that I've really been able to take away from so many of the private companies as well as our government partners. So something that I want to make sure that we keep in mind as we go through this panel is that you're considering both sides and both perspectives, because that's something that has been hugely valuable to me and something I want to make sure that I'm sharing with the rest of you. So Josh, over to you.
I think from Varda's perspective, I think one of the things that has gone well this year was the fact that we were able to obtain a license from FAA and approval for our reentry range to conduct our successful mission with Winnebago 1 in February of this year. I think that is proof, that a novel reentry approach will not be barred by the laws of man. If we can achieve it, through the laws of physics and science, that law and regulation will not inhibit this type of activity. I think one aspect of though is I think a concern of whether or not it's scalable, over time. Whether or not a commercial operator like us can operate, under the time scale, that is applied to us by our regulators and our range supporters as we're trying to meet, public and private customer demand. We work very closely with Dr. Vaughn and her team at AFRL on some very important projects. And I think trying to tackle that issue of scalability and repeatability so we can achieve low cost, high cadence, access to microgravity and reentry tests.
I'm going to follow on the same subject. Okay. Yeah. So a couple of things. I think there's some mixed messaging happening on the commercialization front from the program side. And I've definitely heard this from Dr. Howard's talk, and other folks in the room. We want these companies to be commercially independent. We want them to have stable commercial business. Because as we know, government funding is intermittent, it's not reliable. Sometimes, interests change. We don't want these companies to be dependent on the government to support their capabilities. Because then when we come back in 5 years and say, oops, we still want that, we don't want that company to be gone at that point. So that's great. That's what we're trying to push on the program side at AFRL through the Strat5 program and partnerships with NASA and other government organizations, leveraging the venture capital funding that the companies have raised, and building this multifaceted approach to incubating a capability. That's great. I think that that's the right approach from the program side and from the business side. But then when we turn around and we work with the regulation agencies and the test ranges, and the government organizations that support those, we find that they are deprioritizing exclusively commercial activities. And so they say, well, that we're not going to support just commercial. If there's not a defense mission associated with it, then it's not something that we're going to entertain at all. And so that's a completely mixed message that we're sending to the companies. And so I think what we need to do is change the attitude and the culture within the regulation and the government agencies that support the ranges and that sort of thing, so that we can all be on the same page and supporting these companies to become stable and independent and successful outside of the government.
Thanks, Erin. Diane, you made a comment that I kind of wanted to pull on that thread real quick before we get into our comments here that I can't actually see. But you mentioned making sure that we're future proofing. So with novel space tech, everything was novel once, and there are going to be new novel technologies that we don't know what we don't know. What is the best way to future proof from your perspective, and how do we harmonize that between government and industry?
So, I mean, we've been talking about things that there's an ongoing process. We heard it in Travis's talk. We also heard it when Bucky said things that were once upon a time unicorns aren't now. And so it really requires mechanisms for the conversation so that we can continue to process and the way we begin that is through understanding what's even out there. So that's one of the things that we included in the framework, is that there's what I call the knowledge repository. It's gone through many iterations of description, but one of the principles is that the U.S. government has it benefits from knowing what all those technologies are, and not so that it can regulate, but so that it can know what it can benefit from. But also eventually, if this is going to become a commercial endeavor, it's going to require some sort of authorization process, some sort of supervision process. So in the framework, we created a steering group. And it's an interagency steering group, so it's a government steering group, but there are many places within the framework where there is interaction contemplated and relied upon with the private sector. And when we talk about the private sector, we're not just talking about industry, we're also talking about NGOs, and we're talking about academia, because we just want all the great minds to be involved. And that steering group is not a consultative process for a license. That steering group is so that we can get ahead of the curve and start, okay, now we have this knowledge repository. We know that these are the capabilities that are either being developed, they're in development, or they're going to be developed. And then we can start to map the expertise that resides within the U.S. government. Because if it doesn't live within the Department of Commerce or NASA or Transportation or DOD, it might reside somewhere else. I mean, there's a lot of places. And our whole goal, rather than coming up with a one-stop shop, we came up with this, well, you know what? It's a whole of government approach, because we can't even contemplate all the things that we may need. So we want to have access to everything that's already available in the federal government. So that's our approach. That's how we think. And we think that that's a modular thing, as we start to develop. So kind of, it has to be a little bit loosey-goosey in order to be able to be malleable and modular. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Did either of you want to tack onto that? All right, makes that easy. So shifting over to some of these comments, I can't read the question at all. But what I can see is the reassessing the ITAR and EAR regulations. So I know that this has been a hot topic in industry, especially over the last year or so. I assume this is what's been done. Is that what's been done well? I'm sorry, can you read? Gotcha. Thank you. And I also have 20/20 vision, cannot read that at all. So to start with the top one, would love your take on how our ITAR, EAR export control processes have been reassessed lately. Would love some initial thoughts. Yeah, I'll do it.
I think, just to provide context, can you hear me? Provide context, we conducted our first our Winnebago 1 landed at the Utah Test and Training Range. Because range diversity is very important to VARTA. We assessed other ranges and settled on a secondary range in Australia at the Kaniba Test Range. It's in South Australia. And so for future missions, we have also been working with the range personnel and a company called Southern Launch that operates in that part of Australia. And so as a U.S. Commercial space operator, we have had to work through some of the ITAR and EAR requirements and regulations. I will say that the Department of Commerce has been very good to work with in that respect. I think with Diane and Chirag's work at the Space Council too, and negotiating a recent bilateral agreement with Australia through the Technology Safeguard Agreement, that has made that process much smoother. I think we are also very excited about the recently passed language requiring the Department of State, recently passed language in the last year's National Defense Authorization Act, requiring the Department of State to evaluate other technologies that you can eliminate, or streamline ITAR requirements with the UK and Australia under the AUKUS agreement. So Australia is a great partner for us, and we think that the recent NPRM from the Department of State on this particular topic is very positive, and I think moving in the right direction to work with a partner like that.
No? I'm hogging the show. So there's more. So yes, that's like the first piece. We got tasked by the vice president back in December of 2023 to revisit export control regulations, which stalled out in 2019. There were some personnel changes, COVID happened, there was lots of other stuff going on. But, the last reform was 10 years ago with export controls, and then there was a real good effort in 2019 and it went nowhere. And a lot of things have happened since 2019. The world looks a lot different. Space, the low Earth orbit looks a lot different. Everything looks a lot different. So she tasked us with modernizing the export control. So this AUKUS NPRM that came out, AUKUS-related NPRM that came out as a piece of it. Another piece that is related to it was the change in the way we interpret some of our commitments under the MTCR. So do not encourage, and that was announced by Deputy Secretary of Commerce Don Graves in March of 2023. So we're continuing, and there's a lot of work that's been going on inside the government. NSC is pretty much leading that effort, but working with state and with everybody who has any hand in national security on this, how we interpret our commitments under MTCR. Another piece of it is the lists from the USML to the CCL, and that work is ongoing right now. And I know Chirag made an announcement at Symposium about this. So we expect that we're going to know which things are going to move and the rationale underpinning what those moves are. And again, just like, not making lists of things, it's not very constructive, but instead understanding how we classify these capabilities in a way that can be rationalized and scalable for the future. And we should have that within, I think the date is June 17th, so within a month from now. And then you will see that followed up by an NPRM. And lastly, if we get to it, and I hope that we do, I really would like us to take a look at the review process. When a company gets a commodity jurisdiction decision that they don't agree with, I would like to see some sort of more transparency than we have now.
Thanks, Fan. So on the, oh, and we're moving. So real quick, so that second point, this is a theme that I've heard kind of over and over again in the last few days here from all of you, keeping up with the speed of progress and advancement and making sure the regulatory environment is keeping up with that speed. So I think the kind of catch and release of the timeline that I've been seeing a lot, from the holistic industry perspective has been interesting and occasionally alarming. But it's encouraging to see how much thought is going into keeping up, and on both sides, from industry and from government. So I'd love to get your thoughts, especially, Dr. Vaughn or Josh, if either of you have, from the other side of the perspective. I love you, Diane, but
I'm going to
pass
start and I'm
off.
going to
Go
hand
for
it to Josh. First of all, I wish you went faster. I mean, I get frustrated because I haven't been in government so long that I'm calcified and I'm constantly just cracking the whip, giving out homework. But I want to just point out, I mean, Josh, Varda has been really great about coming and knocking on our door. And I mean, I am accessible and I'm pretty responsive. And if you have a problem, let us know because we can light the fire and maybe make it go faster. I wish I had a better answer than, this is kind of a one-off solution, but that is working. So.
Everything Diane says is true. Yeah, I think, a fast-moving company like ours is always going to push, the bounds of regulator timelines to meet our customer needs. And, sometimes those things collide. And I think, I have to give FAA, for instance, FAA some credit, and that the team at AST is working hard to address some of these constraints that keep them from moving as fast as I think industry would like them to go. Resourcing, is a particular, problem in terms of their ability, to apply resources, to review applications, to review safety data. It is a real constraint, and then the iterative process between regulator and industry, just creates more time. And I think the FAA is trying to squeeze down a little bit on that iteration so that industry understands more clearly what the regulator requires, and that the industry partner can provide that. So from a people power, piece of the equation, they need they need higher headcount. I think, the FAA is also looking to do things to streamline application processes through, an online electronic, portal, take some of this workflow between the regulated operator and the review team, out of email, for instance. I mean, so simple things like that, which should squeeze, some time out of it. I think ultimately what, an operator like Varda, ultimately wants to achieve or get to is an operator's license. So we're not doing one-off, single mission licenses every time we approach our regulator or our FAA regulator, and that there is an accepted they have accepted our methodologies and how we approach our mission and review our safety, the safety aspects of our operation. I think they are trying to get to that point. I think that's a pretty tall amount of work, but we're confident that we can get there with the FAA soon. I think, the other piece, certainly is, the FCC, and some of the things that they are looking to do in the future related to in-space manufacturing and sort of the spectrum needs, for novel space operators. I think the approach, thus far, I think is one that, we believe is somewhat sound.
and that they're thinking about this, clearly, but, clearly that's more of a future solution, future problem issue, than right now. But the time frame that we operate under right now with regulatory review, it does not sufficiently, meet our commercial or our government, partner needs currently.
Yeah, I totally agree with everything that was said. I think, Josh is exactly right. The resourcing problem, it would be great if that could be solved. I think across the government, everyone is stretched thin. So that's a problem that affects every organization as far as I can tell. So I don't know that that's a problem that's realistically going to get solved. As part of the Prometheus project at AFRL, we've partnered with Varda, but we're also incubating a handful of other companies to develop similar technologies. And one of the first pieces of advice that I give them is start the regulatory process now. And they're like, well, we're years away. I'm like, no, start now because it might take that long. And even so, you mentioned that there's the online portal for starting the application process. I shepherd a company through that process and they waited months with no response. I had to reach out to my contacts over there at the FAA and they gave me a couple of names to email directly to check on the status of that application. There was no response there. So it seems like they're trying to put in these additional time saving or efficient processes in place, but they're not really panning out to perform in the ways that I think they were intended to perform. It took me reaching out a third time to my contact at the FAA and saying, look, these people are not responding. And then finally a connection was made between this company and the FAA, after months of my active engagement and going in between. And I don't mind doing that, but I don't think that should be the answer. So that's kind of been my complaint there as far as moving quickly. I think we are starting on the government side. I think we're starting to do a better job at working with companies and thinking about the transition plan. And Bucky talked about this during his talk too. That's a hugely important piece of the puzzle. And I don't think on the government side we are educated enough on what transition means and what the transition paths are. And when we talk about novel technologies, there often isn't a transition goal that's even identified yet. So we're sort of paving the way and figuring out what the future home is going to be for some of these technologies as we're building it together. So, but I think the answer there is to work really closely between the government and industry, be kind of working hand in hand on both sides of the fence to develop, the home for that future technology and talking with the different services and agencies that might benefit from that technology and building the collaboration and making sure that everyone is in lockstep as we work towards establishing a capability both for commercial industry and for the government.
So my takeaway from that plays into this next point in bold, as well as something that we touched on in the working group this morning. If any of you were in that working group this morning, I apologize if any of this is redundant. We were just dress rehearsing. And that's on, so clarity and communication. So something that I've noticed just from my conversations here is that there seems to be in some ways a bit of a communication issue in our industry. And that's not to say that we're not always talking to each other, because we are. Everyone is constantly blowing up each other's phones. We're, Omar made the right phrase the other day, sliding into the DMs at all hours of the day. We're always talking to each other, but somehow we still have these communication issues that get brought up in these panels, in these working groups. So I'm curious to kind of pull on that thread a little bit and get your takes on where do you perceive that barrier to be? Where in, between point A and point B might that issue be, and how do we tackle that?
Well, first of all, communication is bidirectional. So I think we have to kind of take a look and make sure that when we're communicating, we're not simply transmitting. We have to get, some sort of acknowledgement that, what we transmitted was received and that it was received in the way that we meant to transmit it. So I think that that's maybe one of the things that's happening. And you know, there was another thing that came up in our dress rehearsal this morning about translation. So that, I think that kind of fits with making sure that what was heard was what you intended to convey. It's true. Communication is a big part of it. And part of it is being honest and being straightforward. So I'm saddened to hear about your experience, Aaron, because that's a long time. I will say that the FAA hasn't put into a place yet its new improved digital application process. So I think whatever you're encountering and experiencing is in the older system, and there is something better that's coming, which will communicate with and be interoperable with the system that that Department of Commerce is putting in place for its regulatory processes. So I think that might help. But the Department of Commerce also, in addition to being regulators and providers of SSA, they are also industry's advocate in the executive branch and ombudsman, and that term came up in the dress rehearsal also. And yes, they are the advocates. So I would also invite you to engage with the Department of Commerce Office of Space Commerce and say, yo, can you help these people? Because they're not getting anywhere. So I think, you know, you have an arsenal. You just take out every different, you know, magic trick in your backpack and you try it.
I would add that, you know, greater clarity is also important. I think the example that, you know, that I'll use, you know, again, I'll go back to our Winnebago One reentry. You know, coordination with range assets and our regulators wasn't always very seamless. And I think right now, you know, too, because reentry or launch, you know, at interior, you know, test ranges or spaceports is a fairly new activity. A framework, you know, that, you know, delineates what the Department of Defense's, you know, roles and responsibilities and the regulatory roles and the civil regulator it does not really exist for that type of activity currently. And we've seen though how launch operations at federal ranges on the eastern and western at Vandenberg and the Cape have benefited from that sort of clarity. And I think that's certainly something that I've talked to Diane about, and that's something that we talked to our friends at the FAA and the Department of Air Force about. Is the need to say, all right, you have this, new novel, space capability that's available to you that you can leverage for, your Department of Defense needs. However, a higher prioritization and a framework, should be implemented to make sure that that local range commander understands the risk assumption, that they may be signing up for a particular operation. And it's clear who owns, which piece of the operation and the review of that particular operation. I think that's probably one specific area of needed clarity, going forward. So.
Yeah, I'll just kind of piggyback on that a little bit and say that, in our experience during the phase between launch and eventual reentry of the Varda capsule, we had a lot of periods of complete silence from the range and the FAA. And some periods of a lot of, hurried, rapid, urgent activity leading up to some deadline. And I know that's typical of government to do anyway, but it's frustrating when we feel like we're wasting a lot of valuable time in the interim. That's one complaint. Another area where I noticed some issues was that there appears to be some sort of level of distrust between the government and commercial. So I don't know. I imagine there's a historical reason behind that. I haven't been in the government long enough to have experienced that myself. I imagine I'll be burned at some point, but right now I'm still very optimistic and trusting of my commercial partners. Varda has been exceptional to work with. And so to hear from, the government representatives from the ranges and from the FAA to say, no, we need to keep these conversations private. We need to keep them government only. We can't talk to the companies about this. And I'm thinking, why not? Why can't we share with them what the problems are so that they can address them. Like, what is the big secret? Why can't we work together to address the elephant in the room or to solve the problem that needs to be solved? Like, they're not trying to trick us. They want to get their capsule back too. You know, nobody is trying to be malicious here. So.
That actually, I actually have a response to that, because I am a pretty straight up and transparent person, but I have had to say many times, we're not ready to talk to you yet because of that consensus process that I talked about before. So sometimes the reason for that isn't distrust, it's that things are still deliberative. And I mentioned that there's a lot of interests and equities that are, you know, in existence in different places in the federal government, getting those reconciled so that you actually do have a unified response that's not going to change next week, takes some time. And so it isn't necessarily distrust, it's more like process. So I mean, you know, I trust industry. In fact, I'm very much a believer in trying to do things to facilitate wonderful things coming to fruition. That said, I also know that we have, as government people on the government side, we have a responsibility to be responsible. So I think it's, you know, kind of balancing those interests and understanding that sometimes process takes time.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying that. I do appreciate that as well. So thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I could talk about this all day, but Casey's going to come and chase us off the stage. So I will wrap us up just with some parting thoughts, that there's really incredible work being done in this industry, as is demonstrated. There are incredible minds that are putting in this work. And there's incredible work to be done. So please continue to engage with us throughout the rest of this conference. We're really looking forward to it. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to each of you. This was wonderful. And thank you, Casey. Go eat some green chili.
All right, that was nice. And I meant to mention Ilsa's with Aerospace Industries Association, and we started up the Space Industrial Leadership Council last year, of which AIA has joined us to be a sort of an industry association powerhouse. With that, I want to introduce you to some friends and leaders in the Space Finance Committee sector. First, I'll introduce Dan Schatzman, who is the CEO and managing partner of Space Fund, and Megan Murphy Crawford, who is a co-founder and managing partner of Space Fund. And Space Fund is a venture capital fund investing in space startups. So I think they're gonna be presenting capital landscape from the VC perspective. Are you gonna? I don't know if you want.
Megan, you gonna join me up here? Megan is the brains behind the organization, so I think it's important she's up here. Megan is one of the co-founders. I joined Space Fund about 2 years ago. So first, I'd like to say that it's a real pleasure to be here. I've been coming to the New Space Nexus forums for 3 years. I've known Casey for a little bit longer than that, and I'm very impressed with the evolution that they've gone through. I've seen the results of what has been done by Casey and her team, and I've seen how many companies are actually able to get non-diluted funding and POs from the space industry. And so I'm very impressed by Casey's work and what she's done here. I'm also very impressed with the infrastructure in New Mexico. So I'm going to have a bonus slide at the end where I'm going to talk about that briefly. Next slide, please. So we have two worlds here. We have the venture capital world and the space world, and how do they collide or how do they interact? And I think it's very important to understand that in the space industry, you guys are mitigating risk at all times. You guys are sending things all the way up into space that cannot be fixed. You can't do anything about it if it goes into space and something goes wrong. Well, in the venture capital world, we're investing in companies that are working with you to send things into space, and we can't get our money out. So it's not like a public company where we invest and we don't like it or the price goes down and we get our money out because we're scared. No, once we make an investment, it's usually there. It's an investment that's made for between, let's say, 5 to 10 years. And so that's very important to understand that you do a lot to mitigate risk and we're doing a lot to mitigate risk. Next slide, please. So I'm going to talk a little bit about macro forecasting and micro forecasting. And so it's not really what you don't know that gets you in trouble. It's what you know for certain. And that's an old saying by Mark Twain. And I can tell you it's bit me more than once. And it's very true. And I think that, you know, as we're investing in you and we look at portfolio management, next slide, please, then it's very easy to understand that you can't predict macroeconomics. You can predict what maybe you're doing with a forecasting of a company, but even then you have to be very careful. So I just want to quickly talk about inflation, currencies, and interest rates. In the last 5 years, we've seen interest rates at an all-time low, and we've seen valuations go up. So interest rates are like the weather. When the weather is beautiful or interest rates are down, it's like being on a nice sunny day and walking on South Beach and enjoying yourself. But as interest rates go up, it's like being in a storm. Everything is changing and valuations are dropping and people are feeling the pressure. And so I want you to keep that in mind, especially some of the cohorts and the companies that we're looking to invest in that are setting their valuations, that these things matter. And I'll talk about this in a minute. Next slide, please. So we cannot predict the future. I cannot tell you what interest rates are going to be next year. And I cannot tell you what the inflation rate really is or what it's going to be. All I can do is focus on the things that I know about today, the real things. So we don't really predict the future or try to predict the future. We listen to people's forecasts. We do make investments according to forecasts, but we also are very careful to look at what's happening now. Next slide, please. So I'm going to quickly go into how I see the space industry and talk about it briefly, just because one of our fund of funds, a fund that invests in funds like ours, just told me, is space really an investment asset or is it an investment category? Which I think it is, but I'm going to talk about why I think it is. So if you go back to Bretton Woods, I think it was in 1945, 46, somewhere in between there, 44. I just saw the slide. I can't see it down here. They had the Bretton Woods conference and they made a lot of important decisions about finance and economics. The IMF was set up, a number of other things. But what a lot of people don't realize in history is the US Navy was the only standing Navy at the time. And because of that, we said to our allies, we will protect all of the oceans and make sure that you can move your goods, which was the least expensive way then and is the least expensive way now to move goods across the world. And that gave everybody a chance to trade with the United States, which at that time was the only market and the largest market available. And with Bretton Woods, next slide, please, we were able to lift about 4 billion people out of poverty because they were able to trade with us. And that changed everything. And that created economic prosperity for the world. And the United States should be proud of that, in my humble opinion. But now we have another dimension, and that's space. Next slide, please. And so whoever's going to control space is really going to control the world. And we have to just kind of understand that. Most of the people here do understand that, but as I'm talking to different investors, this is something that I find very important to explain. Next slide, please. So probably about 15 years ago, I tried to buy a space company. And it was a cost plus contract, had very slow growth. It was in Houston. It was working for NASA. And I could not figure out a way to grow that business or really change that business. But then 5 years ago, everything changed. All of a sudden, we have seen the cost of going to space come down 4 orders of magnitude. It's just made it unbelievably cheap to get more things to space. Next slide, please. And what that has done, and this is my favorite chart of all, it's just put so many new things into space. So you talk about a hockey stick. I've never even seen a hockey stick like this before. You know, the number of things going into space is unbelievable. It's an exponential growth, something that we haven't seen in any other industry. So now space is an investable asset, and it's an investable asset because you have exponential growth in that asset. Now, Megan's done a study that is very interesting, a white paper on uncorrelated assets, and has explained how this is uncorrelated. I'm not going to take her thunder, but I'm always amazed at the work that she does, the analysis. But this is the reason that Space Fund was started, is because now there's an opportunity to invest in a high growth industry. I personally believe as high growth as AI, but I'm not, maybe not at the same scale, because we started at such a low scale that we think we will be able to get a return on investment in the next 10 years. Next slide, please. So what does that mean? I love this slide because I like Charlie Munger. He lived in 99.9 years, which is my goal. And he also was able to continue working all of that time. And that's probably the reason I joined Space Fund, is because it was the only way I could think of that, you know, I could still be relevant and people would talk to an old guy. So that's why I'm here. But I'm also riding the space wave. So if you see what he's saying, and everybody knows Charlie Munger was with Berkshire Hathaway, he did very well, but he really believed in finding things that had a growth rate that was going to be continuing and that you could invest in over the long term. And I think that we're at that point today. Next slide, please. So we have a very small contribution. You know, when I listen to the different speakers and I see how qualified they are, and I see all the things that they've accomplished, and you know, people have landed on the moon, people have done other kinds of work that is just amazing. I want to make sure you understand, we have a very small piece or contribution that we're making to the space industry. And that small contribution is we are trying to find startups that are going to become unicorns. What does that mean? We're looking for companies that are going to be worth 0 to 100 million in 10 years, or at a later stage have 100x return within 10-year period. And I know that sounds like, wow, you have very high expectations. Why aren't you doing that? That's really what venture capital does. So it's just, that's the model of venture capital. We invest in them. Hopefully we nurture them to success. I can tell you, I had 2 nights ago, a 10 a.m. call on a company that needed more funding. I get a lot of pushback from some of my different portfolio companies on advice that I might give. But, but at the same time, we are hopefully nurturing you and helping you to create a successful company and helping you find an exit when it's appropriate. Not when we think it's appropriate, when you feel it's appropriate. When you feel it's appropriate. I don't know if you caught that part. Next slide, please. So we have a very good team. Next slide. I believe the people are the company. You know, Megan is a co-founder. Leo Womack is a very well-known investor in the Houston area. Leo Rodriguez, who was my boss at one time for about 15 years, ran $5 billion worth of companies in Emerson, in different parts of the world. Next slide, please. Sagi was the lawyer at Blue, what was that one? Oh, Origin. And I said Blue Halo the last speech and he corrected me. Jaime has done a lot of work with a lot of different banks all around the world, notably Banco Santander. Many of you know Sean. We've worked with Sean, we've invested in his company. He's been very helpful for really kind of filtering through the different technology presentations. And then Jordan recently joined us to help us to leverage technology within the Space Fund. Next slide, please. So processes. You know, I think this is so important. It's not roulette. It's not that we're just spraying and praying. We have actual processes to find these companies, and now I'm going to reveal those processes. And then Megan's going to go into a deeper dive on the technology side of what we're looking at. Next slide, please. So our job is really to hunt for space unicorns. I love that concept that we're out there looking for these unicorns in space. Next slide, please. It's got to be done with portfolio management. So we begin taking into consideration risk. We're mitigating risk. That's the first step of what we're doing. So as you're pitching to us and saying, this is the next thing that's really going to change the space industry, we're the SpaceX of satellites, we can do this, we can do that. We have to kind of listen to it, understand what you're saying, kind of go through a lot of processes to make sure that we make good decisions. And that's difficult. So we also have to make sure that we don't overinvest in any one company. Next slide, please. Oh, let me just go back one if that's possible. Yeah. By the way, and I've had this conversation with 4 different companies since I've been here this last 2 days. We don't invest in safes. And I always hope that people don't take debt if they're a startup. So investing from a venture capital perspective is an asymmetrical, I heard asymmetrical quite a bit today, is an asymmetrical trade. So the most we can lose is what our investment is. Okay, so we're equity investors, not debt investors. And I sometimes see venture capitalists thinking they're sharks, putting a big load of debt on some of these startups. And I'm very much against that, especially if it's high interest rate debt. Because what you're really doing, instead of nurturing a company to success, you're overloading them with pressure, holding them back, making them think of how they're going to make those interest payments, and you're just a shark eating its tail, and it doesn't make any sense. Next slide, please. So again, 50% of our portfolio goes into startups. And so we're seed, pre-seed, Series A kind of startups. 50% we may consider putting into what we call special situations or later rounds. And we're raising our 3rd fund now, over 50% is committed. We feel very blessed that, you know, things have been moving forward in a very positive way recently. Next slide, please. So how do you find a space unicorn? Next slide, please. So laws of physics. As you're getting a pitch and as you're talking to people, we're hoping that you're going to say things like, yes, within the laws of physics, this is how it works. If you start telling us, which is, you know, what people love to say, we're going to bend the laws of physics or our product breaks the laws of physics, red flag. Next slide, please. Engineering standards, GD&T, you know, engineering standards matter. You have to have good engineers. You have to really understand what you're doing. Please don't skip steps. You guys know that better than I do. That's how you do mitigate risk, is by taking all the steps and having good engineering standards. And next slide, please. Guess what? If you're a startup, you're a business. So you have to have business fundamentals. Non-diluted funding is important. Purchase orders are even more important because it shows that you're going to have long-term profitable growth. Those things matter to us. Next slide, please. And then, of course, the team. So I'm big on teams. I said earlier, your team or your people are your company. So we're looking for companies that have very solid teams. They're courageous in that when they're going through that valley of death, they're going to stick with it. They're committed. That means you're willing to work 15 hours a day, 7 days a week, and still be happy that you have this company and you're running it. You're competent. You come from a space background, or you've invented something, or you've done this before. All those things are very important to us. Next slide, please. Disruptive technology. So this is the key. If you have something that changes the game, if you're going to land a rocket, if you have something that's really going to make a difference, if you have a navigation system that's unheard of that can replace GPS, if you're able to do things that no one else can do, and our cohort of stakeholders in this room believe in that, then that's very important to us, and we want to be involved with you. Next slide, please. And then your value proposition. Please understand that, you know, when you're looking at coming to us and talking to us about your valuation, it's very important that you really think, is someone going to be able to invest today, make 100x return over a 10-year period? And do we have a value proposition that makes sense? And this is where we have a lot of discussions. I always tell people the best job in the space industry is working for the Space Force or working in the government side and developing new technologies or working with people. The second best is, and if I was 20 to 40 years younger, that's what I would do. The next best job is being a founder, starting your own space company, coming up with a disruptive technology. The worst job in the industry is being the guy running a venture capital firm that has to tell somebody your valuation doesn't make sense and your baby's ugly. Nobody wants to hear that. And so it's just like this old guy thinks he can tell me how much my company's worth, and I just feel terrible. And so we want to work with you, but we also want realistic expectations. And getting people to have those realistic expectations so that we can make those investments is very important. I'll give you an example. I had a very late night call. Company was at $100 million valuation. They're willing to give up a tremendous amount of their founders' shares, and the valuation just went to 30 million. And they need that just to make that first flight and get things off the ground. And so, you know, I was arguing with them that I thought it was more of a $50 million valuation just 3 months before, and now they're in a panic. And you want to avoid that. So don't overvalue before you get started. You know, you have to crawl, then walk, then run, and then please work with your venture capital firms and tell them things that are going awry early on so that they can help you get through that valley of death. All right, next slide, please. So that's it. When all these things are put together, then you appear to be a space unicorn to us. We only have to be right twice out of 20 times to make us one of the better venture capital firms. We're a venture capital firm only focused on space. Next slide, please. So here are some of the companies in our portfolio. You know, you have famous ones like SpaceX, Axiom, Rhea, a number of companies, Voyager. A lot of these companies have been, you know, doing well. We haven't had any failures yet. We've gone through probably 100 pitches, no, 1,000 pitches. Sorry, 1,000. She keeps me straight on everything. 1,000 pitches so far, but we've only picked 21, 22 if you count our stealth company, right?
21 is including.
21 is including the stealth company. Next slide, please. Special situations. I'm going to go through this quickly. I think some of you saw the Wall Street Journal article. SpaceX was just valued at 200 billion. So would we invest now? Probably, because that's a special situation. Next slide. They have Starlink, which is a great spin out. They could take that public. I've heard Ron Barron say they're looking at taking it public in 2027. So that would be a nice, easy layup to get some portion of your investment out. And SpaceX is, you know, the story that we all love to talk about. Next slide, please. Technologies and solving problems. This is actually where Megan's taking over, but I have 2 slides that I just want to throw in because I'm actually from New Mexico originally. Next slide, please. The Space Valley. So let me just throw this pitch out there. So I was with some people from Air Force Research Labs, one of the retired heads of Air Force Research Labs, and he said, you know, the problem that we have is everybody in Washington, D.C. on Capitol Hill knows that the deep space discoveries come from New Mexico. But the issue is nobody in New Mexico knows it. And so it's just an incredible problem in that how do you get support from your state? And so we have this wonderful Spaceport America, which I personally love. It's also 25 miles from my farm. And it's able to do all these very important things, these incredible things, and we need support from the state. We need them. They have put in a lot of money, so I'm very, you know, appreciative of what our state has done there, but there's just so much more to do. The second thing I want to say is I really believe in the Space Valley, but I think it begins in Boca Chica and ends somewhere up in Colorado because of all the different groups that are doing things there. It's just that we're the center of the Space Valley. Okay, so we're the diamond in the rough in the very center. Last slide, please. And so there's about $40 billion spent on defense, and so in just this region, and that doesn't include a lot of the other things that are going on the commercial side. So I hope that you all come back to New Mexico. I hope you see New Mexico as an important place in the space industry. And I want to say, before I turn this over to Megan, New Space Nexus, you guys are doing a great job, and we appreciate all the work that you do. So thank you, Casey.
Excellent. All right. Good morning, everybody. And to save you a little time and effort, if you want to, the first 5 or 6 slides, I had them set up to do click for each different bullet point. So if you want to just click through all 5 real quick and get the whole slide up, it'll save you some time. So thank you, Dan. Excellent introduction. I like to say that Dan is the best type of CEO you could have because he bought himself a job. He was an investor first, and then we roped him into running the whole thing for us. So couldn't be more grateful to have him around. So today I want to talk a little bit about, as Dan mentioned, the technologies, the areas of interest, but I wanted to give a little briefing about the economics of venture capital. So I see venture capital as the fuel, right? This is what actually gets the rocket moving, okay? So we see ourselves as a catalyst, but our primary goal is to create value for our investors, right? That's who we have the fiduciary responsibility to. And so this VC capital takes these ideas through the valley of death to hopefully create profitable companies, right? And so then that's how we get capital back to our investors. And specifically in the space industry, we see that companies need to have both commercial and government revenue to really reach escape velocity and to see success. So where'd Bruce go? There's Bruce, space economics expert right there. Space is hard, economics is hard, space economics is even harder. So I thought you would appreciate that one, Bruce. All right, next slide, please. So fundamentally, it's a numbers game. As Dan said, we don't do the more traditional VC approach of spray and pray, but fundamentally, it is a numbers game. So most VCs have dozens, if not hundreds of companies in their portfolio. So these portfolio companies, we call portcos. And so most VC funds also have a 10-year fund lifetime with a 3-year investment period at the beginning of the fund. So that means there's only 7 years for these portcos to actually start producing results. And the general expectation is that 75 to 90%, and in some cases more, of these companies will completely fail. That means their valuation will revert back to 0. And I think there's one more bullet on this slide. Thank you. And so that means the remaining 10% of companies left in this portfolio of investments need to have exits at 100x the initial investment valuation in order for the portfolio of investments overall to be successful. Next slide, please. And so if you are a startup company, and Dan talked a little bit about the valuations, making sure that your valuation is realistic. I like to do this math with potential portfolio companies and just kind of work our way backwards from what success looks like, right? So consider a startup company. They've got a seed round at a $5 million valuation, which is fairly reasonable for a lot of space companies. That company needs to be worth 100x in 7 years in order to make the VC math work, right? So can this company be worth $500 million in the next 7 years? And the way we kind of do that math is a standard industry 7x profit or EBITDA is kind of, a lot of companies when they go public, their exit multiple is usually between 5 and 10. So for ease of math, we usually just use 7x. Okay, so that means you have to have $72 million in profit to have a $500 million valuation 7 years from now. Less than 1% of companies meet this criteria. And I think there's one more bullet here. Perfect. Less than 1% of companies meet this criteria. So if you can't meet this criteria, don't feel bad. It means you don't have a VC-able business, but you still might have a great lifestyle business. And sometimes people take offense to that. And by lifestyle, I mean retire your parents and buy a boat lifestyle, okay? This is not necessarily a bad thing, right? But it just might not be VC-able. And so I think it's really important for founders to understand this math so that they don't have to get mad at Dan when he tells them their valuation is too high. All right, next slide, please. So our basic thesis for the opportunities that we look for to invest in is utilizing the space environment to create value. We are a space fund after all, so there's got to be a space component to the business for us to even look at it. Got to be a solvable problem, physics and engineering, as Dan discussed. And I think most of you may have heard of something called the tyranny of the rocket equation. I like to say the tyranny of the VC equation, which is what we've just been talking about. You've got to be a realistic exit candidate within 7 years with the potential to increase in value by 100x. Next slide. So fundamentally, we focus on problems, which may seem a little counterintuitive. Next slide. But the way I look at it is that problems equal opportunity. When there's a problem to be solved, there's an opportunity to make money. Next slide, please. So the first problem that we look at is what I like to refer to as LEO growing pains. Next slide, please. So as most of you are well aware, low Earth orbit is where the majority of satellites currently are. Small satellite revolution has really opened up LEO for business. The combination of, as you saw in Dan's charts, decreasing cost of launch, and then decreasing size of satellites has led to that hockey stick growth in the number of objects being launched into space. And the majority of these satellites are commercial, not government. Okay, that wasn't that way in decades past, but today most of them are commercial. So there's about 8,000 satellites on orbit. I don't know, when was the last Starlink launch? That number changes a couple times a week these days, but about 8,000 satellites on orbit. But we expect 100,000 to launch in the next 7 years. So this is one of those, you saw Dan's slide about how the cost has reduced by orders of magnitude. Now we're going to have the number of objects being launched into space increase by orders of magnitude over the next 7 years. And that's important because what's my investment timeline? 7 years, right? Okay, next slide, please. So just by the numbers, I always think it's stunning to look at the numbers this way. According to this data from May 2023, so this data is a year old, 89% of operating satellites are in LEO. Next slide. And 91% of them were commercial. This number is probably a little bit higher today, a year later, as far as what percentage of the satellites are commercial. Next slide. So this has led to some significant and serious growing pains. As a venture capitalist, as any type of investor, you love to see growth. Growth is exactly what you want. But the byproduct of that growth is these growing pains. So right now, most satellites are very limited in their power, computer processing and storage, and communications capabilities. That means there's opportunity there, right? They have limited lifetimes because of the drag of Earth pulling them back down. So extending lifetimes, there's another opportunity. And ride shares don't necessarily take satellites to their preferred orbital destination. As Bucky was talking about, sun synchronous orbit is great for some applications, but not for others. Next slide, please. And so the first thesis point for our Fund 3 is what we call infrastructure. And this is going to be the largest portion of our portfolio by a wide margin. And we're looking for any technology or service model that can reduce cost or time to orbit and or increase profit and time on orbit. Next slide, please. These are the subsectors of this infrastructure category that we have identified. I firmly believe that by the time we get to the end of our 3-year investment window, there's going to be a lot more subsectors here. and more detail in each of these kind of sub points. But these are primarily the things that we are looking for right now to solve those problems we just discussed. Next slide, please. And these are our existing portfolio companies and where they fit within these space infrastructure buckets. Next slide. So the second big problem that we see is beyond LEO, right? We've got all this activity going on in LEO, all this hustle and bustle, and we're solving all these important problems to make LEO cheaper and better. But now we're starting to see commercial industry push beyond LEO. Next slide, please. So for those of you who may not be aware, I love this chart. This is my favorite visualization of the primary different orbits. And I put the little moon in the corner because I don't want us to just think about these orbits. I want to start thinking about an entire cislunar economy. Next slide, please. So beyond LEO, as I just showed that chart, HEO, MEO, but all the way out to the moon and beyond, creating that cislunar economy is something that Space Fund is very interested in supporting. And so we're seeing NASA, we're seeing DoD kind of lead the charge to push the industry further towards this kind of cislunar future. Next slide, please. And so global coverage from LEO may require hundreds of satellites, but you can get that same global coverage from GEO with 3 satellites. So now we're starting to change the economics of doing business in space if we can figure out how to make GEO, which is the most profitable location in the solar system right now, more affordable. Next slide. So satellites typically have to be significantly larger to operate in LEO. They've got to be robust because it's a much harsher radiation environment. It's very remote. It's hard to communicate with. And so what we are looking for specifically is innovations that have pushed LEO businesses forward and how those can be applied to a GEO business model. Next slide. And then obviously moving out all the way to cislunar. So the CLIPS program has been phenomenal at kickstarting this cislunar economy. Intuitive Machines went public. We now have a public lunar company. That's amazing. If somebody would have told me that 10 years ago, I wouldn't have believed them. And so now we're starting to see these profit centers really develop in that cislunar environment. We're looking specifically at data and communications, habitable volume, Lagrange points as the strategic high ground, and maybe helium-3. We'll see. I'm still not convinced on that one. All right, next slide, please. So thesis point number 2 is beyond LEO. No more than 20% of our Fund 3 will go towards companies that are have technologies or service models that can make beyond LEO economically feasible and profitable, again, within the all-important 7 years. Next slide, please. Here are some examples of some companies we've already invested in that are trying to solve some of these problems in the beyond LEO realm. Next slide. Third problem, monetization of space data. People talk a lot about Earth observation, and Earth observation is fundamentally the majority of the reason that people go to space. But monetizing that data has been slow to develop. Next slide, please. So climate change, climate monitoring, crop monitoring, shipping, human trafficking, how many barrels of oil are sitting at different ports around the world. These sorts of Earth observation opportunities can create value. And then when we talk about making life better for humans here on Earth, right? You got internet, you got TV, radio, videos of the Earth from space now coming back. And then manufacturing of products that can be useful to the everyday human here on Earth. Next slide, please. So I found this statistic to be stunning, and I double checked it and triple checked it and had somebody else check it to make sure before I started presenting about this a couple of years ago. Less than 1% of the data that's collected on orbit makes its way back down to Earth, or to analysts anyway. Okay, so and the analysts are the ones who drive the value creation from this data. Less than 1% of what's collected makes its way to the analysts. Even then, these are huge data sets still and very, very difficult to analyze. So this limits the use cases or the monetization potential for this data, both by sales model and customers. Customers don't understand that this data is available or why it's valuable to them. Next slide. The other real opportunity in this category is making stuff in space, utilizing the unique environment of low gravity, vacuum, near absolute zero temperature, and radiation. How can this be beneficial to create things in space that we can't make here on Earth? Most people are aware that protein crystals form very differently in space. This has applications from everything from fiber optics to biological manufacturing. And computer chip manufacturing requires this type of environment. Extreme precision requires this cold, airless environment. And what else? What are the thousands or millions of other products that could be created using this unique environment of space? Next slide. So the third thesis point is what I call space for Earth. No more than 15% of our Fund 3 will be invested in technologies and service models that can radically change the way humans on Earth interact with their environment, technology, and each other. Next slide, please. These are some examples of companies we've already invested in out of Funds 1 and Fund 2 within this category. And then we've got one more category for you guys, if we can move to the next slide. Problem number 4 is that humans are squishy. Next slide, which is great if you need a cuddle. Not so great if you're trying to go to space, right? And so keeping humans alive and healthy in space is really hard. It's really, really hard. To date, the longest stay aboard the ISS was about 1 year. I think it was 360 some odd days. This is obviously a pretty major impediment to Elon's future of, humanity being a multiplanetary species. If we can't keep humans alive for more than a year in space, how do we ever get to that future? Next slide. So NASA, Roscosmos, and now the Chinese Space Agency are really spending a lot of time and effort trying to solve this problem, right? But the side effect of that is the medical breakthroughs that have come from learning how human bodies react to space have led to huge advances in medical science for people here on Earth. Everything from cancer drugs to artificial hearts to potential cures for Alzheimer's, asthma, cancer, osteoporosis, etc. Next slide. So commercial LEO destinations, CLDs, or space stations, as we call them colloquially, are being designed and will be starting to be launched as early as 2026 to replace the International Space Station with commercial outposts. They'll have both government and commercial customers, but by far the largest source of revenue is predicted to be biological and life science experiments and manufacturing. And that's across the board with all the commercial LEO destinations. Every one of their business models relies on this portion of the business in order for the economics to make sense for a space station. Next slide. And so bullet point number 4 here is a human future. Seeking any technology or service model that can use the unique environment of space to improve the understanding of human health. Next slide. These are some examples of companies that we've invested in within this category. Right now, because this is still very kind of early on in the game, you see that we've been investing in habitable volume, right? We've been investing in these commercial LEO destinations in preparation for them to start doing some of this biological manufacturing. Next slide, please. Right, bonus points. Who doesn't like bonus points, right? Everybody likes bonus points on the exam. So the way you get bonus points with us, next slide, is by working with the world's largest space customer by a huge, huge margin. The US government is the world's largest space customer. Some people estimate this to be 20%. Dan thinks it's probably closer to 75%. Somewhere in the middle is probably the truth that the US government is responsible for a huge portion of the economics of this industry. And so this is civil government and military customers, and they buy technology, data, and services. Next slide, please. So it's not a requirement that our potential portfolio companies have government contracts, but it is very much an important part of our decision-making process. Getting that signal from the government customer that they are interested in buying your product really helps us believe that the technology has a future. And so even our consumer-focused portfolio companies typically receive one or more government contracts. And we can also help international companies integrate with the US government, either by becoming subcontractors of existing American portfolio companies or helping them set up satellite offices here in the States so that they can access this very valuable customer set. Next slide. So quick summary, next slide. Space infrastructure, at least 60% of the fund. And then beyond LEO, space for Earth and a human future will round out the rest of the fund with those bonus points for working with the world's largest space customer. Next slide, please. So a little bit about Space Fund's secret sauce, and then we'll wrap this up here momentarily. Next slide. We help create value. That's our goal, is to not just set it and forget it. Like a lot of investors, they give you a check and they walk away. You don't ever hear from them again. We actually dig in and help the portfolio companies as much as we can. We like to get our hands dirty. We like to help the companies get that non-dilutive government funding. We like to help them raise up rounds. Next slide. And so we do a ton of primary research. I'm constantly amazed when there's a fact that I know to be true, and I go to find a source to cite to prove that that thing is true, and there's no sources that exist. Or when I get into an argument with AI looking for sources to cite, and it keeps sending me back to my own website. So we do a lot of this primary research just to be a data provider about this industry, the economics, and what's going on. So we have several papers, one's being published in August, but everything is available on spacefund.com/intelligence. This is our market intelligence section. Next slide. We also have our reality rating databases. As the person who is our webmaster, I can tell you the launch database, Earth to Space Transportation, is the most visited page on our website. We're currently tracking 183 launch companies around the world, which I think is a pretty stunning number that most people aren't aware of. And we're going through these different sectors of interest and cataloging these companies. And then we rate them on how real they are. That's why we call these our reality ratings. Next slide. So Dan touched on this briefly, but I think it's worth mentioning, especially in this kind of inverted pyramid funnel format. We're currently tracking over 4,000 companies. We've published reality ratings on over 600 companies. We've reviewed over 1,000 different space startup company deals, and we've invested in 21. That's effectively 2%. Next slide. So a little bit of advice on how to win with VCs. If you want to approach me and Dan or any other venture capitalist out there in the world, do your homework. Go to the website, read their blogs, read their Twitter, read their, X. Look at the existing portfolio, okay? One of the biggest mistakes I see people make is they'll see that there's a company in my portfolio that is a direct competitor to their company. And they'll say, oh, that means they're interested in this technology set or this solution set because they've already invested in it. Absolutely true. But I also have a fiduciary responsibility to my investors. So when you send me all of that private and privileged information in your deck, I am required to send it on to my portfolio company for competitive, intelligence. So just Be careful about that. It's a little tip. Know the math, that math that we talked about in those first few slides. Understand what your company's real profit potential is and do it within that 7-year time frame. Develop these relationships before you need them. One of our founders started having coffee meetings with me 2 years before he ever asked me to invest. And he took my advice and implemented it and came back 2 months later to the next coffee meeting and said, this is how it helped and this is what worked and what didn't. And so I knew that he was going to be coachable, which is really the number one thing, is you're never going to have all the answers. You're never going to have all the solutions. You're never going to have all the contacts. Be willing to take that advice, be willing to be coachable. And that's one of the biggest things that we look for. Next slide, I think is the finale. There we go. Thank you very much. Spacefund.com.
Thank you. I got some merch. We'll have to take it to Dan. Thank you, Dan. Yep. Thank you very much, Space Fund. I think that was very, very valuable for many of our small companies in the room to hear the saged advice. I've seen Dan and Megan work and speak with some of these companies, and it was great to hear you put it all together up here. Thank you. Okay, stick with me, folks. We're almost to lunch. I know this was hard not to have a break, but like I said, we had a lot of great speakers today, and so we wanted to make sure and fit them in. With this, we're gonna start our co-innovation session for the Outernet, and that will be led by Steve Nixon, who is the president of the Small Sat Alliance, one of our Silk partners, Space Industrial Leadership Council. And he's also executive director of the where is he anyway? Oh, I'm like, wait a second, I don't see you guys. Okay, he's also the executive director of the Outernet Council, which they will talk to you about that. And Michael Chang is also the co-executive director of the Outernet. And so if you want to come up and they'll tell you a little bit more about that. We're going to be leading a working group session in Seattle on June 12th and 13th with Space Northwest. And, but when we're doing these partner workshops, we'd really like to get the input from the main conference ahead of that. So please, go use the QR code to put in some questions and some information. And then as we pull that together, it'll feed to the workshop that we'll be doing in June in Seattle. And so please welcome the leaders of our co-innovation session.
All right, it's great to be here in Albuquerque for, I don't know, this might be my third or fourth State of the Space Industrial Base meetings. So it's great to be back. Excited to fill everyone in on kind of where things are now and with the Outernet and hyperspace architecture. So maybe we can press ahead with our first chart here and see how do I control here or do I ask?
We have to narrate.
Okay, narrate.
Somebody's
All right.
gotta.
Someone's
Next
helping us
slide.
with that. Who do I look at there? Do we have a clicker? We don't have.
No, we gotta wait. Yeah, we emailed them. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll do a little song and dance here. Tell a joke. Okay. Yeah, so maybe what I'll do as we look for those charts, one of the questions that I've heard in the last couple of days is we have the term Outernet floating around quite a bit in this conference. We have the term hyperspace architecture, and some folks are curious about what's the difference, because sometimes they're used interchangeably and sometimes they're not. So a little bit of an origin story. Hyperspace architecture goes back about 5 or 6 years to a meeting I had in the Washington DC area at a Silver Diner. And I was having breakfast with David Voss, and we were talking about something that he was working on called the heterogeneous space architecture, which was something I was very excited about. I was president of the Small Sat Alliance, and he was working with at AFRL, and this is a way to integrate small sats into the larger architecture of the US military and the rest of the government. And the problem is heterogeneous space architecture is just a mouthful of a name. And so we sat down and said, we got to do something better than that. And it was at that breakfast meeting that the term hybrid space architecture came about. And hybrid space architecture then and now, at least in my mind, and certainly the way we've talked about it over all these years, is that it's basically the integration of new space and traditional US government space. It's integration of what was then emerging as, small sats in LEO and other orbits with, the large exotic satellites that the government had. It's commercial and government, and it's low Earth orbit, high Earth orbit, GEO and beyond. So as the integration of both of these that is the hybrid space architecture. As we talked to Congress about that, this is in my hat as the president of the Small Sat Alliance. We were getting tremendous traction. We were getting traction in Congress, in the White House, in all the agencies, pretty much within a couple of years of kind of coining that term and pushing on that advocacy. We got almost complete buy-in from the entire US government and other countries. We're starting, we've had China wants to get in on this in their own way, other countries as well. So tremendous pivot. Unprecedented in my time working on space to adopt this new vision for space. It was really exciting. But it was in that time we said, okay, well, we're kind of the dog that caught the car. What do we do next? And this idea, well, what does the hybrid space architecture need? Now, I'll just make one more note about hybrid space architecture. It includes all things in space. It's missions like weather, imagery, precision navigation, timing, and it's all that kind of stuff. So what does all that stuff need as a building block to get there? Well, it needs comms, and it needs a network in space. It needs basically the space internet. And a couple of years ago, we were saying, well, okay, what are we going to call this? And when at that time, if you said space internet, people would kind of laugh and chuckle at you. And so we said, well, let's come up with something kind of catchy and new and different, and that gets a different kind of chuckle than that at least. And so we created a contest, and we put it, and this is the Small Sat Alliance, and we made a contest. We went out, and I'm just basically filibustering until these charts come out. Although I was going to cover some of this before. But we made this contest. We had several ideas come forth, and the winning idea after several rounds was outernet. So think of the internet as being inside the atmosphere and outernet being outside the atmosphere. And so that was the origin story and birth of the term outernet. And within, I think we kind of ran that contest in like the February 2022 timeframe. And by like 4 months later, Congress was saying with directive language back to Department of Defense, go do the outernet. And so that was a pretty exciting time. And since then, the space, state of space industrial base, that's a mouthful for me even now to say, has in multiple subsequent reports, named the outernet as something important, and we're going to talk about that in a bit. So I see the charts are here, so thank you guys for making that happen. Make the ad-libbing stuff go a little easier. So let's go to the next chart. See if this works. Okay, so this is you see, hopefully it kind of resembles me. I'm that guy on the left. I'm Steve Nixon. Former government guy. I spent time in the Pentagon. I spent time in Congress for about 10 years as a professional staffer, did space my entire time there. Did a few years in the intelligence community, started up by ARPA, and then have since been in private industry doing, on the East Coast, doing mostly advising on government things. I run a little company that does security for the State Department. I run president of the Small Sat Alliance, and more recently the executive director of the Outernet Council. And to my right, which it's on the right there, we have Michael Chang, who's my new partner in crime. He comes from the West Coast. he has a wonderful industry background from, more the Silicon Valley side of things, but good. Michael, tell us a little bit about yourself here.
Yeah, so I'm a network engineer by training. I burned it all down in 2008 at Merrill Lynch during the last financial crisis. Afterwards, I was in a M&A lawyer for 10 years, ended up at Facebook, where I was a product manager and head of open source. Open source means a little bit something different on the tech world. It means open source software, not open source Intel. And 2 years ago, I left Facebook to co-found Alaria Technologies. And now we are working on the Outernet Council.
So in the best spirit, if we go to the next chart of the buddy movies, the cop buddy movies of the 1980s, you have two worlds colliding. And if we go to the next chart, I present to you G-Man and Tech Pro together. We're going to right here. We just took that picture this morning to put this chart in there. But together, we're going to try to make the Outernet something real. Our whole goal in the Outernet Council, which we'll talk about in a little bit, is to accelerate the creation of this space internet. So we're excited to do it. This is we'll talk about. I don't want to steal Michael's thunder because he's going to cover some of this. But so I'll just kind of hold my whole things. If we go to the next chart. Okay, so I was able to song and dance my way through some of this earlier, but what is this thing that we're talking about, the Outernet? Well, it's basically, we have several communications companies that have been in orbit for a long time in GEO. We have new companies like SpaceX putting up Starlink. Amazon is about to deploy Kuiper. There are many other companies up there. Right now, they're each their kind of own thing. And this is the way technology normally evolves. This isn't that unusual. But it also, the normal evolution is that these things begin to connect. So we don't want AT&T to live in its own enclave and Verizon to live in its own, and that my mom on one network can't talk to me on my network. Everything becomes better when they can connect. And we don't want them to only connect on the ground. We'd like them to connect in space as well. So that is the big thing of what the Outernet is trying to do is where packets can seamlessly move through space and on the ground to get where they need to go as quickly as as possible. And this is, we view the backbone, the heart, the beating heart of what will be the hyperspace architecture. All right, next chart. So in terms of the relevance to DoD, the Space Warfare Analysis Center is doing have been doing a series of force designs for the Space Force, for comms. And every time the answer keeps coming back to, we have to take advantage of this tremendous investment in commercial communications in space. And it's important for resiliency. It's important for pushing better and higher bandwidth comms to lower echelons of the military. It's important for how we're going to fight in conflicts in the future. And so every force design that comes out comes back with the same message, is that we need the Outernet, we need the commercial industry to build this Outernet, and we need to be part of that. And so, this, think of it as the DoD Space Data Network being a subset. And this is the way things work on the ground too. And the NIPRNet, most comms that the DoD uses today rides over internet through encryption and other means. And so, and the same thing needs to happen in space. Next chart. Major trends, this has been, I think, discussed already. SpaceX is launching like crazy, putting up a lot of the Starlink satellites. It's pretty amazing. Amazon's going to be launching their competing communications network here starting hopefully this year. Telesat, Intelsat, both following up with their constellations coming soon. So lots of companies putting up constellations that do comms. None of these, to my knowledge, are particularly well connected with each other. Hopefully, at least on the ground, they will be, but certainly not in space. Is something that still needs to be done. Next chart. Lots of launches. Most of these are for communication satellites. Most of these are SpaceX. Most of these are in America. So that's all good. That's all goodness. Next chart. So revisiting some of the, oh boy, I'm not going to be able to read this. That's not going to be great. Revisiting the last year's State of Space Industrial Base report, there are several things that are pertain to the outer net. There are, and boy, I'm going to have to go from memory from this. There are aspects of certainly there's tremendous expansion of comms. That's great. Certainly there's conflicts underway right now across the world that are threatening satellites. Thank goodness we have lots of them now, and not just the 3 GEO satellites that were characterized our old kind of architectures. But key issues that have held us back, acquisition reform, that did not change from last year. That's not going to change next year. It's going to be a problem. Now I will say DIU getting a big pile of money is a great thing. And so that that is in the category of good news, but we haven't reformed all of DoD acquisition since last year. That's still to be solved. Security is still to be solved. I can't. Oh, the government needs to play a role. I think that's actually, I think this conference and others, government is trying to play a role and is at least is clearly stating an intention to embrace commercial, which is a great thing. Next chart. Key inflection points. We have optical comms. Yeah, that's actually happening. So that's great. That's moving pace. and need for leadership is I've kind of already mentioned that. That's going okay. Next chart. Okay, so there were a series of recommendations. Let folks take a look at those. There's one I really want to highlight, and if we go to the next chart, I think that will happen. Boom. There's one recommendation here, which was, I think, very timely, very important, and that is that, gosh, we need to have an independent industry consortium to help us with the outer net. And so that is the segue to the next chart, which is introducing the Outer Net Council. So very exciting to share that we have made good on one of the recommendations from last year. And between Michael and I, we have established the Outer Net Council, which Michael will tell you all about here.
Thanks, Steve. So in my day job is I'm Chief Product Officer at Alaria. And for those of you who are not familiar, Alaria is a venture-backed startup that spun out of Google 2 years ago to do laser comms and SATCOM orchestration. So at around the same time that the need for a nonprofit consortium was being focused on the internet was being discussed at last year's conference and the conference, and the SSIBs before then, we over here at industry, Alaria specifically, in looking to help SATCOM operators talk to each other, we had independently came to the same conclusion, right? That in order to help standardize on a set of communication protocols, a neutral consortium was needed. And that is how Steve and I met with government and industry coming to the same conclusion at approximately the same time independently and heeding the recommendation. This is the Outer Net Council. Next slide. So the mission of the Outer Net Council is to accelerate creation of the space internet. The space internet, as we know it, requires a strong industrial base. And building that industrial base from the perspective of the Outer Net Council, and I think everybody in this room, requires a careful equilibrium in determining what parts of the industry will compete, what parts of the technology will compete as differentiators, like where people are going to make their money, versus what parts will interoperate as standardized technology, where money is not necessarily going to be made, but where folks are going to conform to industry standards. That is not an easy thing to do, right? USB-C is the prime example. It is a widely standardized technology, but the decision to standardize on USB-C was not a straightforward path, right? And required dictating to some companies where they were not going to be collecting value. And that is one of the most important questions that the Internet Council, together with everyone else who is building the space industrial base, seeks to answer, is to address what are these standardized technologies? What is the USB-C that we need to scale the space industrial base? So some of the answers, if we look towards the construction of terrestrial communication, some of those answers are quite obvious, right? In 1876, Alexander Graham Bell, Thomas Watson put together the first telephone network in Boston, right? Subsequently, other providers spun up their own networks. They never talked to each other. The problem was solved in 1885 when the federal government mandated that telephone access was universal and encouraged people to interconnect. And in the same sense, interconnection technologies among, of all sorts, that is the USB-C for the space industrial base. Next slide. So in terms of what we're looking to achieve, with 4 goals. The Internet Council, we're looking to accelerate creation of the space internet, lower the barrier to entry for the space economy, promote investments towards technology that are more secure, resilient, and sustainable, and improve the lives of billions of underserved users. Next slide. The path to get there involves creating this town square of space internet policy and standardization, building momentum on less controversial standards like the need for a common interconnect protocol among communication providers, and then catalyzing industry standardization and actual industry adoption on top of that. Next slide. I mentioned network interoperability, but here are some of the other areas that we've identified that are helpful and necessary to building a sustainable and scalable industrial base for us. And that's these other areas include space adaptation, deconfliction of shared resources, sustainability, and of course, security. Next slide. The Internet Council is structured as a 501c6 with subcommittees governing technical standardization, outreach, and funding. Next slide. So many of you will be aware of other organizations working on space standards. A common question that we get is, how is what we are doing different? And the answer to that is our focus is on policy, consensus, adoption, and advocacy. And it's not enough that folks in a room agree on a standard. Folks need to be backing that standard with actual investment in order to catalyze the scalable and sustainable industrial base that we know we'll need for space. Next slide. Yep, so Steve and I very firmly believe that the Internet Council really belongs to all of us. After all, it was an idea that was born out of last year and years prior's SSIB. And so we hope that to the extent that it is relevant to what each of you are doing, that you will find a way to participate. In the same vein, we hope that we will take whatever recommendations that come out of this year's co-innovation sessions, both here and in Seattle, as Casey mentioned, and then, knock those out of the park and come back and give you guys a glowing report next year around. Next slide. Next slide after that. And we also, do you want to lead this group discussion? Sure. Yeah.
Should we go back and put the QR code back up there? Was that the? All right, so how does the Q&A here work? Okay. Does it come up on the screen right here? Oh boy. Go get my glasses. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Is this somebody else's deck or? Got it. Got it. So the question, what are the technical standards that are needed to accelerate the internet? one of the answers is granular access, data governance to make sure that we can mix commercial, public, and classified data. See the USS Space Force's series standard, working with NASA, NSA.
Sharing an answer?
Showing an answer. Oh, are we just gonna go read through these?
What's the best way to go? Are we answering questions or talking through things or?
Like, you
people?
can take a look at what they say and you can add to it or, there's a microphone.
Great.
Question, what are the other recommendations? Should probably read these. We can't read these either.
So is everyone able to, okay, so everyone, you guys can probably see it now that I can see it. Ground-based overhaul, question mark. I'm not sure if that's part of the plan, but being able to set up a mesh network on the surface, or ideally to other. So I actually think ground will be the first and quickest way to the outer net. So, you know, I imagine a lot of different comms coming through space, dropping to the ground, going into a cloud, and then it gets where it needs to go. I think that's going to come really quick in the next year or so. There's also a hybrid terminal. I don't know if folks are familiar with that, but you know, where a single terminal that the military can use can access both military satellites and commercial networks, and therefore each node that has this hybrid terminal is its own form of connection from one network to another. So I think ground will come very quickly. It's really the space to space. It's going to be, you know, it's going to take a few more years to get that. Do you have other questions or do you have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think we agree that access control is important, and as with all comms, baking in the access control and baking in other security measures is super important.
So we have an answer. What are the developments from last year impacting the creation of the outer net? Hybrid space architecture moving forward with the SDA and others. Yes, that's, you know, it's very surreal to go to the party last night and just kind of be part of, you know, larger conversations. I'm not really involved. I'm just kind of listening on other people's conversations and hearing these terms like hybrid space architecture and outer net being thrown about back and forth. And it's like, you know, this is a very weird situation to be, you know, that's caught on that much with, you know, things that we just kind of made up a few years ago.
You should have trademarked it.
Dang. What are the key obstacles and challenges to creating the outer net? And an answer is active threat or denial. You know, so the outer net, I think that is a key, that is an obstacle for military adoption or a concern that the military will have. I don't think you're going to get, this is not, in my mind, an obstacle for the creation of the outer net. It's more an obstacle that the military has to think about in terms of their adoption and use of the outer net. I don't think it should be you know, this is a part of life and you just deal with it and you use it when you can and try to make sure you can preserve it when you can. So I don't think it's an obstacle, but it is something that the military will have to kind of work through in their own minds.
It's a platform on which I think we'll be, you know, the conflict will be waged on, like, you know, how different standards will impact different militaries' ability to do that.
Yes.
Right? And that is one of the things that I think is one of the implied elements of the of the standards body. Most standards bodies, there's an implied second order, third order effect, and understanding that impact on our industrial base and how our military is going to deal with that is a big part of this.
Agreed. Yeah. How can the Outer Net Council help ensure that standards promote a more reliable and robust network?
And this is sort of relevant to, like, you know, how we think about SWIFT and a lot of these central banking standards and all these things. A lot of these standards, you know, do become what seemed like something we took for granted, you know, many years ago, do become geopolitically very relevant when things get strange.
Yes. We have a question. What technical standards are needed to accelerate the outernet? Answer: time-sensitive networking, deterministic Ethernet based on open IEEE standards that enables prioritization of mission-critical data. Okay. Granular access control, yeah. Make sure that we can mix commercial, yeah, see, yeah. Okay, so we've seen this. And we have a comment here. Open standards facilitate integration and interoperability. Love that.
I guess we agree.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think we agree with that.
Yeah.
I think we just talked about that one. All right, fantastic. Should we take any questions from the room or?
Yeah, one last, sorry, this is really loud. One last plug for the Seattle conference happening June 12th and 13th. The schedule is on
12th and 13th.
and the
in
website. Go
Seattle.
ahead and sign up.
And a lot of the feedback you all gave will get to them and they'll discuss it further. So this was a great introduction. And as I said, these co-innovation sessions were trailblazing here. And so I could see definitely how to improve how we display the questions. Make sure and tell the lead of it to bring their glasses. Does anybody have a comment? Who's G-Man and who's Tech Bro?
East Coast G-Man guy.
He's a tech bro. Okay, here's some little bit of New Space Nexus merch. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate you.
Thank you. Okay, I think you all are seeing the lunch coming in. My friend Bruce sitting right next to me. I'm like, wait, you're not supposed to be having the lunch yet. And then he starts sitting and crunching a pickle right next to me. Anyways, grab lunch. We have a great a presentation in a little bit where Peter Gerritsen will moderate the 2023 authors of the State of the Space Industrial Base report. And that is Bucky, AJ Metcalf, Andy Williams. So that will be, but get your lunches, come back in here, have a little relaxation time. And sorry we went so hard this morning. Okay, for your lunchtime entertainment, we are going to have a presentation that just sort of summarizes the 2023 State of the Space Industrial Base report. And with that, Peter Gerritsen, who is a senior fellow in defense studies with the American Foreign Policy Council and co-directs the Space Policy Initiative and host of the Space Strategy podcast, and the editor of the 2023 State of the Space Industrial Base report, will be moderating with those three guys over there that are not paying attention. So he'll be moderating with Bucky Buteau, who we introduced earlier, the director of the space portfolio at the Defense Innovation Unit. Also, we're joined by Dr. Andy Williams, Deputy Technology Executive Officer for Space at AFRL, and Dr. AJ Metcalf, the Space Enterprise Engagement Lead for AFRL. Do you need an extra one? Okay. And for all of you, don't leave. Every year we take a picture. And so after this panel, we're going to be, I believe, going to that corner to take, or actually probably that corner works better. We'll be congregating at that screen for a 2024 SSIB picture.
All right, so just to scope a bit of expectations, we are going to talk about last report, but in context, and we're not going to go line by line. So if you're really interested in seeing what was in the report, I encourage you to download the report and see it. It is a pretty substantial yearbook of what transpired in the previous year, and it has a plethora of important recommendations, not only in the main section, but in the individual sections that might be of interest to you. But let's start the discussion by paging a little bit about, so what is the history of this series of reports? How did it come to be, and why do we have it at all?
In 2015, I think, I want to say it was Joel Mosier's idea, but we were having a lot of engagements with the commercial sector, not just through DIU, but also through AFRL. And we were learning things that were not widely known in the government. And the first workshop that we did, and we hosted it in Mountain View at our office at DIU. But the theme was really kind of focused on foreign ownership, control, and influence. And we were getting testimonials from companies about how aggressive, other actors were about, trying to get their IP access things or do blocking type of things economically to try to put those companies at a disadvantage, stress them out, and then acquire them. And so we took all those testimonials and we put it together in a report, and it was pretty surprising because we wound up having an audience with people in Congress, on the administration. And within a few months, there was a lot of action to try to go after taking care of that issue.
Any additions from the AFRL side and your perspectives on this? Good with Bucky's answer?
Always.
So, then the next question, that sort of bridges off that is, obviously the report is written for an audience. So, what is the report meant to do, and who is it meant to inform?
So I think the big focus, or the first thing to make clear, is that while those of us on the stage are listed as the co-authors or editors of the report, this is not a report that comes from the government, right? This is really a report that is a product of this and other engagements that comes from data from the community, that's trying to truly understand all the different perspectives that we have within the space industrial base, not just the government piece, not just the industrial base piece, not just the commercial piece, all of the pieces. And maybe we don't get a lot of academic representation, but that is one piece that we need to consider as well. And AFRL does some of that representation from an S&T perspective. But the real purpose is to try to have a no-kidding understanding and an annual report card and report that we can track so that we can actually see what we're doing, what are the issues, how well are we addressing some of those issues. And we do it every year so that we can have a historical record. And so we can say, back in 2016, we said that regulation was a huge problem and it was really slow. And guess what? 2024, it's still a huge problem. It's still really slow. So maybe we haven't made very much progress in that. But maybe back in 2016, we said, commercial government investment integration, that's not really working well either. And in 2024, we released a DoD, a Space Force, commercial strategy. So maybe we've actually made some improvement there. And so the focus is really to have an annual review, an annual dialogue, an annual discussion, start creating that database of information that we can start maybe bringing analytical tools, whether that's actually machine learning tools or whatever we need to, but actually have a historical archive so we can see how well we're doing. And then how well do we communicate within the space industrial base? And then how well do we communicate externally? Because Congress does read this, as Bucky mentioned, right? That was one of the first audiences. And so how do we have that engagement, that dialogue, and the discussion? And that's really the purpose of what we're doing here, and the purpose of the report, not to be a government bureaucratic report, but a report built by the industry for the industry to have those discussions and dialogue.
Anybody want to add to that? Any further thoughts? So then the question is, of course, one of the audiences or often in the recommendations, both AFRL and DIU are called out as to take action. So how does AFRL and DIU make use of the report itself?
From an AFRL perspective, we use it to really help inform investment decisions. We all deal with limited resources, limited budgets, and so we can't spend as much money on everything that we would love to spend money on. I think if you give money to an S&T person, they'll be like, yeah, I could do that, and then I could do this after that too. So give me more money. But we don't live in that type of a world. And so we have to make strategic decisions on what is it that AFRL is actually going to invest in order to maximize the return on what we're spending. And so we look at that from a perspective as what is commercial working on that is going to address both commercial and military applications that maybe we don't need to spend as many dollars on, and what is not being spent in the commercial marketplace that does have a military but potentially not a commercial aspect. And so maybe we should shift money from one area that's going to be handled more by commercial and shift that to more military focus. So it does inform our investments. We also look at those areas where maybe we need a mix of commercial and military investment in order to accelerate or springboard a technology, and to try to provide specific examples of what we've done, right? With the growing interest and funding, venture capital funding that has been going into space access for the last few years, we decided that maybe we should de-emphasize some of the S&T research that we're doing in space access. At the same time, we saw a growing interest in space logistics for dynamic space operations and also potential commercial applications. And so one of the internal discussions we've had is, do we take some of that funding out of our space access portfolio and shift that portfolio, that funding, more into space logistics for OSAM related activities, so that we can make sure that we accelerate and we are world's leaders in that area and we stay world leaders in that area. The drone example was given earlier where we were a world leader and then we weren't. So that's an area where we look at leveraging the report and the information within the report in order to make our funding decisions. And then the last piece I want to highlight as well is that AFRL does execute the Mantech portfolio on behalf of the Department of the Air Force as well. And so from an industrial base, resiliency, sustainability, from a perspective of what are the things that we think we need to fund in for robustness to meet the oncoming demand, we do have a Mantech portfolio that we can fund those types of activities. So when we look at proliferation of LEO, when we're looking at like the missile warning constellations, we did some analysis on, and we identified one of those things that we should probably spend more Mantech funding on is focal plane arrays, so that we can make sure that we are producing focal plane arrays at the quality and the capacity that we need to meet the demand. And so that is one of those things that came out of discussions within the SSIB, that came out in the report, and portfolio decisions that we made within AFRL.
I'll add on to that. So maybe less formally, just understanding industry's pain points, especially with communicating with the government, that and how we share information with you and how you understand what we're going after, and how do you get in touch with the right people within our organizations, and just understanding those pain points has changed the structure internally to AFRL. We've stood up new offices. We have people that look across to AFRL now for specific mission areas in space that you can contact to get to the right people. And that's a result of the report and meetings like this.
I like the yearbook analogy earlier, because the working groups help identify homework for organizations like DIU. And then, so that's part of the story. But it also gives us an opportunity to kind of tell what's been accomplished or what's underway, so that it really kind of closes the circle. And I think that's really important. And the report is obviously an evolving thing. And I have to apologize. The reason it got out 6 months later than we had originally hoped this year is because we were mired in this whole DIU 3.0 strategy rework of our organization. But it's all good. I think but I think in terms of that, I like Megan's focus on problems. So if we focus on problems and identify what are some potential solutions, where DIU sits is that we have some money allocated by Congress to go after and do prototyping and to build a menu of potential solutions. But that's only part of the story. The lab, AFRL, has the ability to take that step and experiment, test, and validate capabilities, right? Working with others, or to actually put out even more specific things that I love the aperture idea because then that scale, because now that's the type of thing that can get fueled and done in the industry very quickly. But and there's a part of the report which is somewhat aspirational, right? It's what's the long view? It's like why go to space anyways? And I think that's good because the target audience is not the space goobs, in government and in industry. It's really if you look at the cross section of Congress, most of those people are not really familiar with space, or they don't know that the commercial sector is growing exponentially, and these things are important. So it's an opportunity to educate others outside of the defense or aerospace community about what's going on here.
So that's a good lead in. So, by my count, we've had 5 reports and we're now in our 6th year now. So each of you has had an opportunity to sort of look across those that movie of time, those snapshots. What sort of stands out to you as major themes, recurring themes over the time frame of this report?
Well, I'll try that. So anticipating this question, this morning I took all those documents and put them in a little AI algorithm and asked it to try and find the themes over the years. Didn't have a lot of time to kind of hone in and tweak it, but this is what popped up. The importance of working with allies and partners as an issue, the regulatory and political obstacles that continue to remain, ITAR, continuing resolutions. Unity across government, getting to a common vision. So I think that is, we have a bunch of government agencies and we don't always work together. And I think at least a few years ago, I remember a big push was, you're going out this way, DIU, AFRL, you're going in this direction, NASA's going in this direction. Why don't we come together? So that was a theme AI picked up on. The importance of STEM education, increased transparency and more agility on the government side. Need to invest in cutting edge tech. And this is funny because it specifically said AI is foundational in this. So self-promoting.
Of course.
Over the years from 2019 to 2023, it said one thing has become more prominent, and that is the urgency and agility needed in addressing the threats. So it noticed more urgency in just the rhetoric and the wording over the 5-year period. And finally, what's new? The only thing it determined was new in the newest report was innovation through experimentation as a new push and increased access to space.
I think that's an interesting, because my answer would be participating in this event for the last 4 or 5 years, that the common theme that I always see is speed, resiliency, and then trust and robustness in the industrial base. That's something that I think has been a forefront of discussion in the last 3 or 4 years that I've participated. And I think we made some positive advancements in some of those areas. I think what Space Development Agency has been doing and the approach that they've been taking from a government perspective has been hugely positive in showing how we can do things differently, how we can follow Mr. Calvelli's tenets, how we can change the paradigm, and they've had a lot of success in that. You know, they've taken a lot of arrows as a result of that too, but I do think it shows that the government can change when motivated. We have the right people in the right places doing the right thing. So I think we've made some positive strides there, and the commercial space strategies is another good example of some positive strides. But I think there's still a lot of examples of things that are still painful. The regulatory piece is still there. Frequency allocation is always a huge problem from an AFRL perspective. I don't think it's any better for anybody else. So I think there's a lot of work that we still need to work on, and that's been a common theme and a major theme that's going on. So I do think that we've made positive strides, but there is still a lot of work that we need to do.
So the one, I'm surprised the AI didn't pull up on it, but the North Star vision, right? And the interesting thing, it's been, I believe it's been in every report, but I'm not sure, but some version of it. And it's always funny because when I meet with senior leaders in the department, they're going, you know, we're just trying to like deter conflict and like go after like really tough problems, you know, Ukraine and other places. It's like, what's with this whole North Star vision thing? And I think this is a very important, at least, and I know if, you know, Major General John Olson was here today, he's unfortunately couldn't make it, but we've had a lot of philosophical discussions about this. It's a very powerful thing for us to walk in the door of a company like SpaceX that really wants to do all this to get to Mars, right? And to make humanity a multi-planet species. And so for us to be able to walk in the door and say, we want to work with you, and we're pursuing this North Star vision, which is actually well aligned with what the goal of that company is, that opens more doors and opportunities than it closes it. You know, we can't deal with the outside world as the U.S. government and have our goals, you know, at 90 degrees offset from one another. It just doesn't work. It's almost like admitting we shouldn't work together. And I said U.S. government, not DoD, because obviously NASA is working fervently on this, and as evidenced by the Artemis program, and so all these things that we do, they contribute to lots of different things, not just national security, but I mentioned economic security earlier today, technological security in terms of advantage, and then science and exploration on all these things, which ultimately, I know, at least for, you know, I'd be surprised if it was different, but, you know, being a product of the Apollo generation or the space shuttle generation, it just influenced a lot of us to pursue degrees in science, engineering, and math. And so I think it's good for us to be able to identify with that and spray a little bit of fuel on that fire from time to time.
So coming to this year's report, what are each of your favorite insights that was in this last year's report?
Okay, everybody's looking at me. I'll start with
biggest.
You know, much like a podcast where, you know, the video podcaster is really pleased if you watch the video all the way to the end. You know, I always try to put a couple gold nuggets in the last section of the report, and Space Fund highlighted this earlier, this exponential growth. One of the things I wanted to highlight is that even though we have the largest budget in the department, and the U.S. government is really astute at most things on the science and technology, and especially with space, we are absolutely horrible at forecasting. So I pulled the ComStack report from 2013, and they did a 10-year forecast of U.S. commercial space launch, and it was pretty bleak. You know, they only had predicted for the year 2023, there'd be 12 or 14 commercial launches, basically a launch a month, which in 2013, that was pretty ambitious. And of course, the, you know, that was completely blown out of the water. And of course, you know, SpaceX was probably 90% of those launches, and not just in terms of number of launches, but also mass to orbit. But the, but it was good. And actually there was a really interesting exchange on X today, this morning, if anybody saw it, about, you know, some pushback about the New York Times article about how SpaceX is operating at everyone else's peril. And most of the non-traditional commercial space launch companies said that's not true. And even Elon chimed in on that. And so that's a great example of the competimates, you know, working together collectively to make sure that we have good narrative. But the we don't, and that was just 10 years ago, right? So 10 years seems like a long time until 10 years has passed. And then, but the things that, there are things that are seedlings today that will become tomorrow's unicorns. And it'll do it because of all the things that Megan talked about this morning. But most importantly, they're just really, really, really good teams that solve really wickedly interesting problems and figure out how to do that at a scale and a cost point where we can't possibly not do business with them. And I think it's been a long time since we've had a commercial company sue the government to do business with it. And I'd also like to think that this is something that forums like this help to do, because all of us on the stage want to be, you know, people who can help define a path for interesting companies that have never done business with DoD or the Air Force or Space Force to find a way to at least get some exposure and get some feedback, right? And I think that's really critical. So it's all part of that ecosystem, which is going to keep us in a leadership position for many years to come.
So for me, there's really two areas that I want to highlight. One is we've been talking about dynamic space operations, DSO, within the government for a while. I think a good thing that a report starts to do is to move or push that concept beyond what most people think of for dynamic space operations, which is maneuver. And I do think that's important from a military's perspective. Maneuver is important in every other warfighting domain. There's no reason why it won't be important in space. But that's just the physical maneuver part. I think for true dynamic space operations, we need to think bigger than that. And maybe I'm just the S&T guy thinking, you know, future vision, but we have to think of what does it mean to have like a true logistics chain in space? How do we get to the age-old adage of amateurs talk tactics and professionals talk logistics? Space Force and the startup is still talking about a lot about tactics. Let's start figuring out how do we start talking about logistics as well as we develop those tactics. And then we also need to be thinking of what dynamic space operations means, not just from a physical perspective, but from a digital perspective. That's, you know, frequency allocation, frequent spectrum, being able to move across different spectrums, right? Being able to reallocate the networking piece to get data from point A to point B when, you know, point C is no longer available. All of those things are going to be very dynamic in a future conflict. And the other thing that the report does is that it also pokes at not only do we actually need dynamic space operations in kind of a conflict aspect, but we need dynamic space operations from a industrial based perspective. If the Ukraine-Russia conflict has taught us anything, is that those are thinking adversaries, and that warfighting environment has changed dramatically from the beginning to what it is today. And there is innovation that is constantly occurring on the battlefield on a daily basis. What is that going to look like when we are in a pure conflict and space is involved? What does that look like? And how do we make sure that we have the industrial base that can support dynamic space operations where we have to constantly innovate and adapt to a thinking adversary? So that was one piece for me. And then the other piece that I want to highlight, frankly, is that I'm a Trekkie at heart. I grew up watching Star Trek. To date myself, I was a Next Generation kid. But we have to save the planet by getting off the planet was really something that kind of resonated with me, just because like I said, I'm a Trekkie at heart, but it also resonates with some of the things we've been doing on the Space Force that CTIO has been leading with their Space Future Workshop, their future foresighting concepts. The first one that they did, I don't know how many people were involved, but they looked at the extremes of the Star Trek future, where we are operating in space, we have economies in space, people are working in space on a day-to-day basis, and then the other extreme, which is dark skies, right? We can't use space, nobody's operating in space. And the question that we pose is what do we need to be doing today, now, that really gets us to an opportune glide path to get to that Star Trek future and not to that dark skies future? And I think that's a piece that really resonates between both the SSIB report and the work that CTIO has been doing with that future foresighting. And I think that's a good discussion that we should be having. What do we need to be doing today that's not just going to impact 2040, but 2060 and beyond? And I think all of these discussions we have with creating a commercial environment, what is the role of commercial and industry in that? What is the role of the government and the military in that? Are all great discussions to be having as we think through how do we get to that optimal future.
That was a lot of favorite nuggets. I can be much quicker. So one of the main things was allies and partnerships and the importance of that. This was the first year that we got insight from allies and I think 17 partner nations that were included in the report.
So, that you brought up roles. So I think it's good to have just a short discussion about, like, where does AFRL, what is your place in this industrial based ecosystem? DIU, what's your place? And for the rest of you, while they're answering that, we're about to open it up for questions. So if you know you want a question while they're answering, just come on up here to the front so that I'm ready to call on you. Otherwise, I do have more questions. So it's your questions or mine.
From an AFRL perspective, we play, I think we play an interesting role in the ecosystem, at least from an S&T perspective. We do some amount of in-house research where we're really looking at military hard problems, maybe longer term horizons that what most venture capitalists are interested in on return on investment. And we do have that role, but we also play a role in the ecosystem where we want to partner with industry and with commercial to start looking at how do we buy down risk of technologies and architectures that we want to move into. And that is, so we have a lot of the funding that we receive, we do put on contract, we do a lot of partnership, and that is because future programs of record are not going to buy capabilities from AFRL. They're not really going to buy it from any of the government service labs. They're going to buy it from industry. And so how do we partner to buy down the risk of those future capabilities that maybe venture capitalists are a little bit leery of because they're too high risk or because they're too long term? And how do we identify those and how do we work together? And so we really are trying to understand, and I think that's where we focus the AFRL piece, is in that partnership piece to accelerate, to create and buy down risk, and to eventually transition that technology into a program of record, because the technology that we invest in that sits on the shelf that never gets used is really useless. And so we try to avoid that as much as possible. But we also want to make sure that we're taking an appropriate amount of risk, and not everything that we do is 100% successful, because if it is, we're probably not leaning forward enough. And so that's a piece where AFRL plays in the overall ecosystem, is trying to find those future architectures and then partner with industry to make those architectures reality that will ultimately be bid back to programs of record that Space Systems Command, Space Development Agencies, Space RCO, that all of those acquisition organizations will ultimately be the ones that procure on behalf of the Space Force.
Bucky?
Yeah, actually, if you remember the graphic for the commercial integration strategy, where it had the green blocks and the black blocks, and I think what's interesting about that is we operate in different corners of that strategy, because the what I try to do at DIU, and we're outside the fence line, and like Silicon Valley and places like, and Austin and Boston and Chicago and all these other areas. Because what we really want to do is we want to help identify extremely early commercial companies that actually that they're not just commercial companies because they self-declared themselves to be or self-identified as commercial companies, but because they really have a viable commercial business case and technology which is compelling for us to look at, and then try to bring those in. So I may be on that one side of the block, but the neat thing is that kind of information. There's a lot of government systems, and as Andy said, there's no commercial viability in developing some of this stuff if it's just for a system that will only be used in a military context. And there's still a green block there, but it's mostly a government thing, and integrating into a government thing as a green block is really, really tough. You can't do it unless you have to have a Sherpa or a guide, and that's not DIU, right? It's going to be people who are knowledgeable and read into those programs and can actually deliver, deliver that capability at speed and scale. Derek Turner again, he's showing exactly how that's done. And there's a little bit of broken glass there, but hey, you can't change things without having some some experiment and some failure, but there's a lot of success there. And that's actually really good. So if there's we've gone from like commercials kind of like the black sheep in defense to there's just different amounts of commercial in all the different things that we do. And that really helps us because the amount of private capital that goes into these companies, your companies, there's no way that the government could ever match that. And so the government should absolutely leverage it and help just by being a good customer. We can't be the only customer though. That's really, really, really tough. And you probably wouldn't want to be the government is like your only customer, because we're all nice, but in aggregate, we could be really tough on all you.
So are there concerns from last year's report that are still really prominent in your minds today, or are there things that are sort of keeping you up late at night currently that you want to see reflected in this year's report?
For me, the biggest thing when anybody asks that question is the STEM workforce and the future workforce and the challenges that we're going to have with that. I think the competition that we have for scientists and engineers and for technologists is just going to get harder and harder. I think we're going to see a shrinking workforce that we have access to in the future. And so how do we mitigate that? How do we accelerate or enhance STEM at all levels to encourage? And how do we be competitive against what maybe flashier professions than what science and technology has been historically? I mean, space is exciting, but we're going to be in competition for the workforce. And so that needs to be at the forefront of everything that we do, because that's going to affect everybody, not just the government. It's going to affect industry, commercial. And the people that I talk to are already starting to feel that. And I think it's just going to get worse and worse as time progresses and we have a smaller population to pull from.
If you want to innovate fast, policy is the tripping hazard, right? We've really doubled down on building out expertise and going after policy and other regulatory issues that they don't, those things take time to work out. You can't, there's no rapid policy process. So it's really important. I would say, even if you don't think that the government's your customer, a good reason for a commercial company to want to engage with us through the front door or anyhow is just to be able to help identify future policy challenges, so we can get involved and try to help mitigate those and keep you going. That you you cannot do those things in series. They have to be done in parallel. And if you have the greatest technology, but you can't fly it, that's going to be a major risk area that can really affect you. So, and we've got some great test cases right now. We're doing, we've got a goal right now to have a commercial sourced, radioisotopic power source that we want to fly on a commercial rocket in 2027. Every time I bring it up with other people in the government, they start sweating. but we've been talking about this for a while, and talking is really helpful, because then we can start identifying what's the right way to do it, and actually be able to influence the design of those prototypes early on, so that we can have some success and get it off with timing that we want.
I sleep like a baby. I would say the STEM for the last 15 years or so, STEM has been something that's just on my mind. In my graduate group, there were 17 students all working on Department of Defense programs. There, in some way or another, there was 2 American citizens out of those 17. My 30 best friends growing up from college, undergrad, grad school, as a little kid, not a single one of those 30 people went into science and technology. All 30 of them make more money than I do. All right. So STEM, I think, is still a big issue that we need to address.
All right, last chance for questions. All right, with that, I think we will, all right.
This comes off AJ's last comment. If STEM is part of a market economy situation, why aren't engineers being paid more based on their scarcity?
Are you talking about government engineers or commercial engineers? Because, but I'm sorry, I meant as a joke. Yeah. Go ahead, Agent.
Oh, I do not have an answer for you.
I'll address it, but I mean, it's teeing off that point. And we've been talking about this for years and years and years. And it hasn't, the market hasn't pushed it.
I'll start off, because I think 2 years ago, when we first did our real deep dive into the STEM and workforce, one of the most successful programs had a very simple solution, which was you find kids and you give them a mentor, and you create something experiential that gets them fired up to pursue things. And so and all of us have our own stories, but I had a mentor, and I was in the getaway special era, right? When you could fly experiments on the space shuttle. You talk to other people who work for me, they had a mentor and they got to work on like a CubeSat in school, or it doesn't even have to be a prolonged thing. Maybe they got General C.Q. Brown, the chief of staff, chief of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He got an airplane ride when he was 14 years old, and that one experiential thing changed his outlook and focus. So there's a lot of things we could do, but resources are critical. And I would say this is that I think the commercial sector can absolutely do a lot more in this regard, and because open up your doors and bring a bunch of 8th graders in to see your facility, or to meet an astronaut, or go for a flight in an airplane or something like that, or give them an opportunity to have a summer job as a high schooler, or these types of things. Keep track of these people, and I think it's really a national crisis if you think about it. And this past year's report, we pulled the data out of the BEA, and our production of just aerospace engineers is flatlined over the last 5 years. Flatlined. You look at all the graphs today, you would think, oh, well, we should be having an exponential growth in engineers. It's not. It's flatlined. So we're producing and exporting engineers at a disproportional rate. Is probably the right answer. And quite honestly, because my kid just graduated from college. Fortunately, I had the post 9/11 GI Bill, but you look at the bills. Most of these people, they look at the cost of education. It's really disheartening. So there's a lot of things we could do, but maybe there's some little things we could do this next year to make some headway.
So my answer, and I'll try to keep it short because I know we're getting on time, is I think we're starting to see it now. I've seen it in the competition that I have from a government perspective because I can't pay anymore, right? So it's harder and harder for me to compete. And I'll use Peter Wegner's quote because that's where I got it from. But he said he's the one that informed me on this, is that we had the largest high school graduating class. I think it was like 2 or 3 years ago that that we think the U.S. will ever see, which means that we will have the largest graduating college class in the next year or two. So I think that is a bow wave that is coming, that is going to have lag, that we're going to start to see get exacerbated. And I think we will start to see that salaries go up and up and up. And what I will tell you from maybe the government experiences this a little bit earlier is that what we have seen in AFRL the last probably 5 or 10 years is we have a major hole in our mid-level engineers. We have senior level engineers that have been around and they've dedicated to AFRL, and we have some junior engineers that are coming in from college. But we have been a source of a lot of mid-career engineers to other parts of the enterprise. And it's fantastic for us because that means now we have people that love AFRL and other organizations, and that's great. But it also means that we have been forced to put engineers and scientists that maybe weren't ready for mid-level or senior level leadership positions in those positions and have tried to mentor them, but that has been a huge challenge and some have left because of that. And so I think we're starting to see it, and it's only going to get worse in the next few years. And hopefully we will see salaries rebound as a result and increase. But
And
who
with
knows?
that, we are at time. Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started with our next session, which is co-innovation session on space workforce, STEM and education. And this is really timely after the last few comments from the last session, because workforce really cuts across all of the subsectors. So it's my pleasure to introduce this. And so for today, we also have speaking Dr. Scott Irwin, who's Chief Scientist for the Space Vehicles Directorate at AFRL. Casey Anglada-Durad, which we all know, who leads New Space Nexus. And Robert Katz, who proudly serves as CEO and Executive Director at World Innovation Network. So please give them all a warm welcome for this next session.
Okay, so I guess I'm going to start. So I think the way this will lay down is probably going to follow our personalities. I'm going to paint a complete picture of doom and gloom. Casey's going to try and show you how it's not quite as bad as I made it out to be. And then hopefully Robert will pull us out of the depths and give us something hopeful to look forward to in the future. Go ahead to the next slide. This is really nice because it's keying off of the discussion we were just having on the last panel. You can go ahead and push the next slide. Beautiful slide, really. Okay, so the first thing we did was try to summarize, on the topic of STEM and workforce education, what was in the 2023 report. In other words, what had we talked about, the last few years. The key issues and challenges are laid out there. I won't read them to you, but mentoring, and kind of the there is a 1,000 points of light here in terms of STEM programs across the US, but there's no particular guide star to drive the boat towards any kind of coherent picture about where we're trying to go or how to drive it all towards a particular end. As you'll see in a few minutes, US is not gaining ground with respect to the competition. I mean, the focus of what we're doing here is really what is the state of the space industrial base in the context of a competitive environment on the world stage. So it's not an absolute measurement, it's a measurement of how are we doing relative to our competition. And the last one was the lack of meaningful funding, which touches on the point I think that Dr. Williams made on the last one, which was the cost of the degree relative to the reward you reap once you get the degree. So these were laid out. I don't think any of them are not true anymore. Go ahead. Go ahead, please. Okay. And then, these were the actions and the recommendations. They were kind of binned in terms of short-term things, midterm and long-term things. Implementing a pathway to the stars, which I think Casey will be talking about here in a minute. Establish strategic messaging and marketing for STEM programs, which was a recommendation. Aligning, in the midterm, aligning the STEM programs with a North Star vision that could help coordinate things across agencies. Address the funding gaps and engagement models, and then long-term start to look at, what are the economics that are driving this and how can we increase recruiting and retention, and then scaling programs that were started in the near term. So those were the recommendations from last year. Okay, none of that is doom and gloom. That's just facts from last year's report. Now we'll start the doom and gloom. Go ahead. Next slide, please. All right. So I did a little bit of Google searching and researching, and this is the hard numbers that are coming out of the reports. So I'll start with the graph there on the right-hand side. That is the STEM PhD candidates coming out of the United States and out of China. And on a raw numbers point of view, it's approximately a 2x difference, with China producing about twice as many. But the issue is it's really actually more like a 3x thing, because about half of the PhDs that are awarded at US institutions are awarded to non-US residents. They aren't permanent residents, not citizens, but permanent residents are actually included in the half that we're saying are US permanent residents. So it's actually really a 3x difference. And this is projected not only to continue, but to actually get worse. It's going to be 3x, excuse me, there by the end projectedly. Beyond that, I think this was also touched on the last talk, is other countries are actively trying to recruit the PhDs that we have in the United States back into their own countries. That's a little article I pulled from the Washington Post. I didn't subscribe, so I couldn't give you a picture of the whole thing, but I'm sure you can go read it yourself if you'd like to. But that's an active area that our competitors on the world stage for talent are actively working. Go ahead, next slide. The US also has a shortage of STEM educators. This is just a graphic. I didn't like the colors, but I couldn't change it, unfortunately. So, the states that have a professed shortage of STEM educators, I think, are the ones in red. The ones in black apparently are at least treading water, if not gaining ground. Go ahead to the next slide. This was a chart I pulled. This was projected increases in employment for different kinds of occupations within STEM. I can't read this anymore, but my recollection was that aerospace was not necessarily on this list in terms of projected increases. And then the other one is a minority representation in STEM. The blue lines are, white, and all the other various categories, which again, I can't read at this point, are in the other categories. But the point is certainly, as far as I've been tracking the data over the years, we never have the ratios that the US-based population demographics do in the science and technology field. So they are heavily dominated by white, non-Hispanic. So go ahead. All right, and then this is STEM education by country. You can see on the one on the left, China is way up at the top there, and then going backwards, this is by STEM graduates, and then percentage by STEM fields, both in raw numbers and on a percentage basis. China is at the head of the pack. On raw numbers, we're doing, I guess, about a third, but when you look at percentages, we dropped down towards, I think, maybe 7 or so. Go ahead. And this CSET website's great if you want to scare the hell out of yourself and read up on details, but this is inflow and outflow rates for different industries for science and technology professionals. And the first thing I didn't understand is what that acronym, that FANG TM at the top is. That is Facebook. There's a whole category now for these very finite number of companies, Facebook, Meta, Apple, Amazon, Netflix, Google, Alphabet, and Microsoft. They get their whole category, just those companies, because they have so much of a job market. But down at the bottom is DoD. And what that's saying is that, you know, on average, you're seeing a 77% outflow versus a 29% inflow. If you think the government is making bad technology decisions today, just you wait. Okay. If we don't figure out how to get people involved in how we're going to manage our science and technology enterprise that know what they're doing, I don't think the situation's going to get better. You're already stuck with me. So go ahead. All right, and this is maybe more fodder for reading later, but there was a White House STEM education report that came out that kind of listed these highlights and actions. I didn't actually look to see if they used the SSIB as a reference, but nonetheless, these are the kinds of things we'd like to influence with the work that we do here. And then go ahead. One more slide, please. And then this was just some information I pulled off a slide. Truth in Advertising, the company that I pulled this off of, actually makes some of the products that support this. So you'll have to take that with a grain of salt. But of course, there's the ever-present AI machine learning. But these are trends that STEM educators are looking to use in new tools, if you will, that they want to look at using in terms of providing STEM education. That one at the top is an interesting report to look at how people's attitudes towards virtual versus in-person training have changed over the years since COVID. I think this might be my last slide, but I do have one more comment I'll make. Go ahead, one more slide, see if that's Casey's. Yeah, so before Casey jumps in on this, I guess what I really wanted to say is I think what we really need to think about here is, you know, culturally, you know, the question was asked, why isn't the market taking care of this? The market drives towards what people value, and what people value is one of the things we call culture, right? And so you can have all the shortage you want, but if it's not something that the culture values highly, it's still not going to pay a lot of money. And again, all of our thinking here should be in the context of a competitive world environment where if another country pays more for an engineer than we do, that is going to affect an engineer's calculus. Or if another profession pays more than an engineer, even if the engineer is making more than they do today, that's still going to be a relative decision. So we can't look at it in absolute numbers. We have to look at everything relative to the competition, whether it's international or other professions. All right, let me turn it over to Casey, who will try to cheer you up a little bit now.
Okay, thank you all. One of the recommendations that we had last year was to implement Pathways to the Stars. And I am happy to say, one of the recommendations we have gotten started on this, this in partnership with the AFRL, and have state partnership, a little bit of industry, though I'm going to be looking for more. We are able to get going on, we have the plan together, but the idea is the Pathways to the Stars will put together a strategy just to interconnect all the way from early childhood to early career, and be able to also, a key part of it and why New Space Nexus is taking this on is we have a lot of tie to the space industry, is we need that interconnection with space industry. You'll hear me say now and then that the companies can't expect that this workforce is going to be ready when they're ready to hire. They need to get into the trenches with us. And I believe you heard that from Bucky, where, you know, the mentoring, what he said, the two things that help is an experiential learning as well as mentorship. And so a lot of this the mentorship will come from the industry partners. And then the experiential learning are these different programs that will be along the pathways. So we got started with the plan. I think I saw Mathis Shinnick in here. Mathis helped us put the plan together this last fall. We have some great folks from STEM Boomerang and Pathway organization, where they're really starting to do putting a gap analysis of the different programs that are out there. There's lots of great programs, but they're in their own pockets of good. And so we're really looking at how do you start connecting from that early childhood all the way to the next level of where you might be middle school, and there's some curriculum programs. Then high school, there might be internships, apprenticeships on into the tech schooling and college. And then even putting connectivity tools together for early career, to where some of those folks might be off in jobs and we want to help them just connect back into this. I think, so we're on our path. We're setting up, we have a leadership committee, and we're putting our first, it's sort of an advisory board. If any are interested, then come see me. But we're planning to meet with this leadership committee, explain what we're doing, make sure we're covering all the bases, and then be able to get, vector anything we as we need to change it. For the industry, I will say Blue Halo has come forward and partnering with us. And I know I'm looking at Brad because Lockheed has talked about it, and Northrop Grumman has talked about it, but I'm purposely calling you all, but we need the industry to come forward, and we want it to be from industry. Now, we do have buy-in from our state, which has we've talked about getting help with funding internships to get that experiential learning. So we're going to be going to all sources to try to put this together. And then I write there from New Mexico for the nation. The idea is that near term, we're getting this started in New Mexico. Far term, we think that we could keep, especially as we have access to this national industrial base and even global, as we start working with some of these partnerships, that we can scale this to be nationwide. But we're starting here, and I'm just here and excited and happy. I'm the happy person to show that we have a pathway to get to inclusively grow the workforce all the way to the stars. So
wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. That program's amazing. This whole conference is amazing. I'm not amazing because I'm short, so I'm going to stand up so everybody can can see me. So first of all, I want to thank so much our amazing hosts here for having us and putting this an incredible opportunity together for us all to interconnect, just like all those interconnections. That's really a metaphor for what is happening here at this event, both in the halls and outside the halls, and outside the halls, much to Ariel's dismay, of course, sometimes, but that's where the magic is made, in and out and all around. So please, everybody, thank the amazing Casey and her team, Scott and Ariel and Carter, for putting this all together and inviting us all here to be part of having this magic all be made. And so it's really exciting to be here at the launch of the Pathway to the Stars, where Casey and her team is now doing for the talent industrial base what you have been doing for the space industrial base, essentially. So bringing those together and connecting everybody together, because that's what really needs to happen in the educational realm. As you say, there's so many programs. As I always say, I'm at the Kennedy Space Center, and as soon as an astronaut lands, the first thing they do is create a new STEM program, because they're so excited about having more kids, and they're great. They're all wonderful, but they're all in silos. And so having this opportunity to get them together and then do what's really needs to happen is scale. Communicate and scale. And so really exciting to have that happen. I'm going to just share a few of the initiatives that I have going on that feed into the Pathway to the Stars. Just some examples of some of those programs that we're going to connect and then scale up to the rest of the country. And I'm putting these under the umbrella. Of course, since my initial introduction into defense and space industrial base was through the Star Wars program. I'm called it the Strategic Earthshot Initiative, of course. So they come under a couple categories. The first category is to educate and explore. So one of the best opportunities to educate is through an amazing initiative that covers not only every single state, but 180 countries throughout the world as well. And that's the NASA International Space Apps Challenge. Anybody here participate in that challenge? Yeah, so there's 57,000 participants throughout the country that participate in that, headquartered out of NASA and then spread out throughout the country, more than 4,000 different sites. So you're going to be seeing a little bit about that on our ending video. Another a really exciting initiative, we're partnering with SFA and the Space Force to have an opportunity to get the young folks in high school before they have a chance to go to SWAY, but modeled after junior ROTC, we are launching the Space Force Cadet Program. So it's going to be modeled after also one of my favorite programs, Civil Air Patrol. Any Civil Air Patrollers here? Yes, amazing program. You're probably still in it, right? Still participating. It's such a fantastic program. But we're going to be having a program modeled after the Civil Air Patrol program. And then similarly to that, once you exit high school, before you have an opportunity to pick the wrong major, pick the wrong school, and drink your parents' money away for 4 years, and then come out of school owing 100,000. Wouldn't you rather be making 100,000 instead of owing 100,000? Maybe go to school for 2 years rather than 4, and having people run after you for work rather. So we're launching a post, like a gap year program. I'm calling the Star Corps. Star Corps, named after the Peace Corps. Anybody know who created the Peace Corps? Ironically, JFK, the same person that brought us to the stars and to the moon. So that will grab the kids before they make the wrong decision and introduce them, have a full immersion for 2 years into all kinds of space careers. And not focus just, of course, on STEMers, because we need everybody, all hands on deck. I mean, probably half the people in this room aren't STEMers. We need everybody, communications, art majors, everybody. Next, please. So one way we also do this is now to elevate, as we said, we talked about sports figures and artists in movie stars are more important than mathematicians. Well, we need to elevate the importance of space and all technologies. So 3 main initiatives that I'm focused on are elevating and enhancing the space dialogue and the importance of space. First, in terms of the critical infrastructure. So obviously we all know space is critical infrastructure. We take it for granted that it is. Not only is it in itself one, but all the other critical infrastructures depend upon space. There isn't one that doesn't. So we need that space to have a seat at the critical infrastructure table. Similarly, in terms of sustainability, so we need to win essentially the hearts and minds of the students. It's not enough to just tell them it's important. We have to not just tell them, but show them. So sustainability is in their hearts and in their minds. So we want to show them how critical space is for sustainability. I mean, we all know it is. We take for granted it is, but we want to show them, not tell them, by having space be added to the United Nations SDGs. Not only a sustainability element on its own, but is there a single element in the sustainability matrix that doesn't rely on space to meet the sustainability goals? Whether you're leaving poverty, increasing food security, whatever you're doing, safety and security, space has a place in everywhere for sustainability. Next. So ecosystem engineering, just like we're doing here, bringing everybody together and showing all the interconnections and the ability for space to be a connector, as it is. I mean, it's one of the few things that everybody, no matter where they are in the spectrum, can agree on, whether you worry about adversaries and being destroyed by China or climate change on the left or the right. Everybody agrees that space is one of the solutions, if not the most critical solution for us to focus on. Next. So the last E, entrepreneurship. So we want to create an excitement around space. And one way we do that is to leverage off people's excitement with startups. And that's what DIU is doing an amazing job of doing since their first launch in Silicon Valley and all the innovation centers throughout the country. I am proud to be partnering with the amazing New Space Nexus to launch Space Tank. Space Tank is modeled after Shark Tank, where we curate from around the country and around the world. We had over 14 different countries represented in the finalists, the best and the brightest in innovations, people that maybe didn't even know they were a space company, but they have a solution to contribute to space and be able to have the excitement that's generated by a competitive competition and the best and the brightest, and something that the young folks can look up to and say, that's something exciting and fun for me to be involved in. So that's what we're looking at doing. And the winner of that one, what I created was the Aldrin Family Foundation Global Innovator Award. And as you see, we had a proud member of cohort of one of your amazing cohorts. So lastly, we want to engage. We want to show everybody that regardless of we show every student, every aspiring astronaut, that you don't have to be an astronaut to contribute to space. We need everybody. We need everybody from musicians to mathematicians, from artists to astronauts. We need everybody from computer communicators to computer scientists, because ultimately there's a place in space for every face. And that's what we're here to tell everybody. So thank you so much. We appreciate it. Any questions before do we have time?
I just want to comment on the yellow in your slides really matches what you're wearing. I always notice the.
Do we have time for questions? Or?
Yes, there's time. Oh, I want to add one more thing. Is one of the things we talked about in the working groups last year was we need to do the inspiration, and we need to bring along like our whole workforce. And so that means inclusive, need to bring in the diversity. And that's where we wanted to start that connectivity in early childhood, because you need to start, sort of like a sales pipeline where it gets bigger and you keep going, right? And but I have to say, we're Laura Winter she's probably preparing her podcast for this week, because I don't see her in here. She challenged New Space Nexus to maybe use the timing of the SSIB and the initiatives with the Pathways to the Stars to get the National Day of Space going again. It is actually an official national day. It's May 2nd next year. So we just found out that the venue is available, and we're going to do the SSIB that week. And I want all of you to help me, because things like that, I mean, in China, I think schools close,
yes.
Right? I mean,
it's a national holiday. Yeah.
Right. So we could start it with this and then keep going big.
Sure.
Folks, I hate to be the negative. So I'm gonna. I know. As we're talking about this topic, the thing that I think that is missing is, if you think about it like a sales funnel, where are we losing talent that is interested in the field, but then isn't showing up in the workforce today? Why are we losing people from this field? It's not because space isn't exciting. The previous panel just laid out our problem. Of his 30 friends, he makes less than everybody else. And yet we should go into schools and tell people that space is really cool and you should get into it. It's out of sync. And I think industry needs to have some attention into understanding what it's like to work in this field, to have high expectations that maybe aren't getting met, and really understand why we are losing talent from the space field. Because we can get as many students interested, but if they're just going to drop out anyway, we're not actually going to be addressing the real issue. So I don't know if I got more grumpy than you, but I was trying.
Yeah, good luck with that. But I think, my put to that ultimately this is going to come down to what does the culture value and what's important. At some point,
this will be important. Now, whether that point is too late for us to do anything about it or not is a different question, but this is going to be important if you want to maintain your technological advantage and kind of keep the world order the way we like it right now. So the question is whether we're going to actually wake up to that earlier or later, and whether there'll be enough time to do anything about it. But the brutal fact of it is it is important whether we like it or not. So I know this time last year when we were at the workshop, we talked about the fact that there's that, what do you want to be when you grow up question? And I want to be an astronaut. I want to be, well, in the United States now, I think last year we talked about how it's changed to TikTok influencer in the United States is like one of the number one things people want to be. In China, they still want to be an astronaut. So, it is culture in the end, and that drives these things.
All right. Well, Sean knows my glass is always half full. So I'm going to flip to the other side with Casey. And, Exos is 10 years in startup, and I've got a team. Doesn't matter what's going on, they're going to be there. And I've seen our guys go a year without a salary because they believe in what we're doing. So I believe there are those people out there that have the vision for space and making a difference that are going to push through, and they're going to be the ones that are out there physically testing hardware and building things and changing the future. So there's the glass half full part.
Yes, I agree. I already got another one. And I think I used to run a lot of the STEM programs from AFRL, and there is some drop off as you go from the younger ages to the undergrads. And it was in STEM. The math is hard, but there's ways to keep them in by keep inspiring, but also this connectivity, because a lot of times we would work with a bunch of fifth graders, right? And then who knows where they went. And then there wasn't a way to keep them into like, okay, now let's do here's these programmings for you. So I really think that connection part of the pathways will help keep putting all these programs together, and you can keep more in the system. And to not go into details, our state leaders are showing us how to keep track of the students individually to be able to, keep them in the inspiration system.
Yeah. So I think there's two populations that we're talking about. Oh, wow, that's great. There's two populations we're talking about. There is one population that may be that you're fighting for because they're looking at other jobs. That's normally the population that this population sees. But there's another population, probably a bigger population of students, kids under 30, almost everybody under 30, except for me, that isn't even in the workforce at all, because they aren't even inspired to get off their phone, off their tablet, off the couch, and even get into the workforce to start with. That is potentially a bigger existential threat to our country than not having a secure space, not having a secure population. So
Robert, you went to the dark side there?
No, that's the bright side. Space has the opportunity to get them into the workforce in the first place. And if we do, and they go to another career, God bless them. Like, at least we got them inspired to contribute and get back into society and get back into a social environment, which employment allows them to do.
My name's Jerome, CEO of Amplified Space. So when I think about this topic, I'm starting to draw some parallels between some of the other conversations we've had. And having gone to the University of Colorado and studied their numbers and stuff like that, 80% of the students in the grad school are foreign nationals. And they are primarily in the power section and the embedded circuit section in the just in electrical engineering, right? Has there been any consideration for maybe helping fast track mostly these Indian people? And we were talking about India yesterday and how we're competing with them. And they want to stay here. They're coming here to be educated and wanting to stay here. Has there been any discussion about fast tracking their permanent residency and their citizenship and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I had a cringe moment when somebody said India is a competitor because they are a huge potential ally, not potential, a huge ally against a common enemy that competitor that we both have.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I said competitor.
No, that was what was said yesterday.
International.
Was said yesterday. And there are some initiatives. So the I2U2 is a program at
Nami, and she's saying no. She just was explaining where India is
Yeah,
and what they're doing, not necessary as a competitor, correct?
Okay, well, so they're a friend. I mean, they are absolutely our friend. And is that right? Can I say that? That's what I said. I mean, and so much so that please, everybody join us September 19th, Space Tank India edition. I was invited to go to Bangalore at their 10,000 person space conference. We're going to be running Space Tank there with the idea that the winners get to come to the US and bring their brilliance and be able to help. We'll incubate them here, hopefully here, right in Albuquerque with all the amazing resources that you have, and then help them contribute to both the space programs of both partner nations. Please look up, the State Department has a U2 I2 program. So the I2s is Israel, India. The U2 is UAE, United States. And the State Department is very active in having specifically space programs to bring these partner nations together.
I guess as a small business, I'm scared to death of hiring somebody of Indian nationality specifically because of the draw to the DoD, and what's that? But the talent pool there is huge and it can help now.
Absolutely.
I was, my experience has always been that permanent residency process has been incredibly long, but just this week we talked to the gentleman from Gittai. I don't know if any of them are still here. I don't see them. Anyway, they were letting me know that they had, I think, if I remember the number right, they had gone through a 3-month process to get their permanent residency when they came over from Japan to bring their company with them. So I'm not sure if that was something special or if that's just a general indicator that things are getting better, but that was a good news. Just for the newspapers, I gave you good news today, okay?
Dave Beck, principal for the Space Logistics Industrial Base for U.S. Space Force. I've been doing STEM for 32 years, 35 years. It took 44 years for me to get into space. I started this job a year and a half ago. It took 44 years since I was 6 years old to get this job, and I love space so much. Got four points. Number one, 2 weeks ago, I was maybe one or two people from Space Force. The International Science and Engineering Fair was held in Los Angeles. During that fair, a lot of students I talked to and I judged their competitions were interested in space. When they met me and I was at Space Force, they were very enthusiastic about learning more about space, not just, machine learning and artificial intelligence, robotics, in which the categories in which I judged. So I think that's something we should look at from here, getting more involved in those science fairs. I think Intelligent Machines, the company you mentioned earlier who went public, I think they were mentoring as well as in Regeneron and other companies. So number two, Space Force, we had the same problem everybody has had, right? Trying to recruit people. I've had the difficulties since I took this job, trying to get people in here, but the opportunities, I think, outnumber the objectives too, because space will increase different types of new engineering disciplines. So as we go through the process of funding, building out space, the unknown factors, there'll be many opportunities to create new fields of study that will really quantify a lot of things we say here are near and dear to our hearts. Number three, also for the future of what we're talking about in terms of technology emphasis from space, I think it'd be great to have an opportunity in the future that we build out the infrastructure for education system, looking at how all the different types of studies, music, everything you think of, have a technology or space emphasis when we build out space.
Everything. That's exactly what we're doing. We're going to round out this session on the video that shows exactly that. So exactly.
And number four, I just want to say it's a pleasure to sit here and listen to how important STEM is. I think it's important of all of us, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. And as we go forward, I'd love to be involved in anything you guys are doing, because I think it's important to lead the effort. Space Force needs to be in front of it as well. Thank you.
Absolutely. God bless you for your.
You're
service, sir.
recruited.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having this panel. It's really inspiring to see that this is such a big topic of discussion in the space industry. I obviously don't have the experience of many of you, but I am very passionate about mentoring. I'm very passionate about education. And I think a big portion that is sometimes overlooked is access to all these opportunities. There's a lot of inspiration. There's a lot of, we need to teach him better topics. We need to enhance the, the degrees, but how do people get access to these degrees? A lot of the discourse in some of my colleagues, even younger, is, do I want to go to a four-year school or a four-house? Do I want to just have a vocational job, which is a totally fine career path, but it's not because I wanted that. It's because I don't want to go and have $100,000 in debt, as you said. A lot of people, it was a minor comment, resonated with me a lot is, oh, we're gonna go to a school and put your parents in $100,000 debt or something. Some people don't have parents.
Right. So that's the part of the main initiative of the Space Corps is to show all of the jobs that can be done. And there's a huge emphasis on two-year degrees, or even trade school programs or apprenticeships in lieu of even 2 years, or done it simultaneously. So that's part of the program, is to educate and to show those opportunities very, very early. Because I'm at KSC, you can build all the and have all the technology you want, but you have to physically get it up there. And to do that, you need a lot of people that have a lot of tech trade skills and a lot of infrastructure skills. So absolutely.
Absolutely agree. And just to close it out, it gets even more challenging once you want to go to master's school, which a lot of our industry needs, or specialized skills, or master's or PhD or so on. And other parts of, the mentoring programs, there's a lot of initiatives sometimes to have mentoring, things like that, but it's more of a, hey, we have a mentoring program now, but there's no allocated funds or time from the organizations to have a senior employee, hey, 2 hours of your work week or out of your 2 week is supposed to be mentored, right? We have 7, 8 programs they're working on, they're stretched thin, and now they also have to do this on their own time. That's going to fall by the wayside. So it's exciting to see that there's a little strategy and things like that, but there's a few other things that we also need to address.
And that's why I'm recruiting industry to come on board. That's on the mentoring and the helping with the resources.
We have our last question, then we'll do a closing video.
Okay,
So-
I'll do this really quick here. I'll start with the easy one, you, Casey. So I've actually done a few successful aerospace outreach with NASA last 20 years, and also helped out in the state of New Mexico. I mentored a lot in their science fair program. Is your vision tying in? They have the state of New Mexico has an excellent science fair program, starting from the elementary on up. My kids, I've mentored many other kids. It seems to be ahead of many other states, to be honest.
The idea is to connect what's already out there, not reinvent. But if there's some gaps that we need, and I see ahead that there's some gaps in allowing internships. I really am a believer of internship and apprentice, and I'd like to I think that's going to be one thing where we would fund, but just more of them so all the space companies can get interns. But the plan is that's where we're doing the gap analysis. What are all the programs out there, including that?
Yeah.
And then how do we connect them better?
Right.
Or so that was the plan.
Okay, and then I'm a little confused on the salary thing, especially in aerospace, because most aerospace engineers I know are paid quite well. And I'm going to contest one of your statements here. My son's an economist with the federal government, and I see the monthly and weekly labor statistics. Very interesting briefings I go to. Labor force participation under 30 is very good. And especially in STEM, where the problem is there's competition. I mean, you're talking space, and that's great. There's automotive, there's geologists. I can go commercial aviation. That's a huge area. And there's a lot of opportunity there. The problem, and we're getting a lot of young women going headlong into STEM. They're the majority now. go to college. Women are the majority. That's the reality. And that's great. I think the problem, when I see the stats, is there's less children coming up the pool, right? We're not making babies in this country. And secondly, us older people, especially after COVID, got a big retirement. We're retiring, right? And so where do you find these people? So that's where I see the gap right there. So I guess I'm just disputing, I don't know where your stats, but the data I'm seeing is they're energetic. I work with a pool of hydrogeologists in New Mexico. You know, they're
Yeah,
like,
so
and they're like 22,
I,
23.
I think we're all in bubbles though. We're all in bubbles. We don't see, so people that, I mean, when you first graduate college, you don't even get into those stats because you aren't in unemployment stats. You don't, so it's, I think,
So you,
and there's
Department of Labor Bureau.
yeah, and there's underemployment as well. So a lot of the kids are fighting to be able to get Starbucks jobs, retail jobs, to work at malls, to work multiple side jobs. I mean, you see, they're trying to have jobs that we had in high school that we 15 to get up to a living wage. They never were intended to be a living wage, but people are fighting for those retail jobs, those Starbucks jobs, the jobs at the mall. So those aren't really in the career paths that they really
Oh, I
want to
contend
ultimately
with-
go.
I would
So,
agree with that.
Yeah.
I guess I dispute your claim. I'll just leave it
Okay,
at that.
I'll bring this, I'll bring the numbers next time.
Okay, that's.
I appreciate
do
it.
numbers, but.
Yes, I mean, even at KSC,
Okay.
they're fighting for, and Jamie, who's my rocket scientist from Embry-Riddle, who graduated, and she's now working on her PhD here, can tell you when she worked there, they had to beg even the engineering interns to show up. They even show up to work and show up sober and show up not stoned. They had even, once you got to that point in your career that you were an intern at KSC, they even had to beg you to be able to even show up. So-
Okay, well, we're gonna
So we'll end
grow it from that
we'll
like
end on a
sales
positive note.
pipeline. And there will be competition because there's gonna be so
Yeah.
much more once we're successful. But before you start the video,
yeah.
all of you, I know we hadn't put the QR code for the survey. If there's programs that you know of, even if it doesn't fit the question, please list that in there. Cause like I said, we're trying to do that gap analysis and what's out there right now. But please go fill that out, even if you don't do it now, because we could always go look at this later. And then Laura, I have to tell you, I announced the National Space Day next year, May 2nd, because if we can't start inspiring for space, then what other industry sector can inspire?
Correct, absolutely. That's, we're blessed to have that. So speaking of inspiring, let's end on an inspiring note. Thank you, Laura. God bless you for everything you do. We'll end on an inspiring note. This is that's awesome. A recruitment that Jamie put together for us, a recruitment video for Space Apps. Just one of our Thank you so much, everybody.
I have to summarize, apparently. That would have been good to know before we started the session. I'm pretty sure my intro was, I tried to give everybody. Well, I do, but if you let me talk again, that might change. So, no, the numbers I presented at the beginning were meant to just set the stage about, there is a problem here, whether we like it or not. But I think our intro was pretty accurate in the sense that, Casey presented one of the things that we're doing. I think Robert presented a much more holistic view about things that are going on that could potentially help us provide that guide star that we talked about in the report. I'm sure there's other things out there as well. So, but I think one of the important points here is that this, one of our supposed advantages over our competition is that we are a very participatory form of government. You don't have to be invited in order to play. We just had our summer interns show up, and I told them that, it's really easy to make fun of the government. It's like clubbing baby seals. There's really no sport to it whatsoever. But, get in the pool. The water is fine. Help us make it better. I mean, that is one of our advantages, and we need to ride that because that's one of the things our competition doesn't necessarily have. So, I guess that's a plea for everybody involved in the conference to help us with this. Not, it's no one person's responsibility, but that's how we get to the tragedy of the commons if we don't all get on board with it, right? So, so I think that's how I would summarize this conversation.
Companies come see me, but I got handed a note to announce the June 20th, New Space Nexus always has a monthly networking T5. It's third Thursday Tech Talks. And we're doing a collaboration with the AFRL Scholars Program on June 20th. So if you're in the local area, you go to the launch pad where we were last night, and the Tech Talk is with Dr. Rex Jung, Neuroscience Behind Your Brain, Art, Creativity, and Innovation. Kathy Steen over here, we can tell you more.
Awesome.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
With that, I'm going to switch back over to being the overall MC. The working group sessions will convene. So
Awesome.
You know where to go.
Awesome. Thanks again to Casey and her amazing team, Ariel and Scott.
The working groups that are in the other two rooms. In the morning, there's one. So the session this afternoon is to get to the recommendations. And then you can also finalize sort of your report for tomorrow, but there will be some time in the morning, but it'll just be in this room and you gather up in one of the corners to just basically, usually the working group leads to kind of come up with what they're going to present on the out brief, which is scheduled at noon tomorrow before we're all done for the day.